Hello, everybody. Welcome on in to session 24 of Beyond the Pale, one that I am very excited for, by the way. Real quickly, just a quick thank you to somebody who followed while we were offline. Oday13, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're doing well today. So, we're still waiting on one other person who will be getting in any second, but we'll go ahead and get started. So, where we last left off, you guys had just woken up after camping out in the middle of a desert. And so it is now today, the 24th of Istric, normal temperatures, cloudy, and a strong eastern wind. And you guys have only so many squares left before you reach the Alahath city of Azhalath. So, new day. What are you guys doing?
What is that song? Sorry. It's like New Day. Oh, okay. Sorry. That's got me in a different direction.
It's a new dawn, it's a new day. That one.
That's right. Thank you.
I'm feeling good by
like.
feeling good by Michael
I'm
Bublé.
feeling good. Thank you. See,
Yeah.
it's Michael Bublé, so it's Christmas. I just hear his voice every second. Him and Mariah. So what was the weather? I'm sorry.
Let me pull it back up.
Because if it's gonna be scalding, I need to jot down my
It's
sanity.
normal temperatures, so it's not scalding, it's just hot.
Okay, good. I was like, boss, no like
High
hot.
winds though.
Yep, strong eastern wind.
Well, I'm gonna do what I do best every morning.
Right,
have a little limber up.
Athletics roll, please.
Have a stretch of the old muscles.
That's right.
For I am going to be doing a lot of lifting today.
All right, what are you
That
making
is a
for breakfast,
21.
Zamtrock? Nice. I'll give you a +1 to your next athletics roll, or strength-based roll.
Probably the last of the berries that I have, and some of the smoked boar.
Okay. Go ahead and do that roll for me, please. And boss, what are you doing?
What is? I guess I never asked what he generally does in the mornings, but what does Razhath doing? I'm sure he's getting tired of me like always.
Question.
Because I don't know what he does in the mornings.
You see him
with me.
I mean, he hasn't been doing athletics
jumps
rolls.
in the corner.
You actually haven't been paying attention to his morning routine. You can start paying attention today if you'd like.
I would, yes, because obviously he's. I'm sure he's noticed me harassing him more and more with questions like, "Hey."
Also, Zamtrok, just as a point of clarification, do you have the chef feat?
Because if you're cooking everything, you should.
You do now.
Yeah, that's right. All these nat 20s for cooking.
Checking. Yes, actually, I do.
Okay. As part of a short rest, you can cook special food, provided you have the ingredients. At the end of the short rest, any creature who eats the food and spends one or more hit die gains an extra 1d6. You can cook a number of treats equal to your proficiency bonus. These special treats last 8 hours after being made. A creature can use a bonus action to eat one of those to gain temporary hit points equal to your proficiency.
Oh.
And that, I have specifically written, does stack with the bonuses that you can give. So everybody who eats essentially this meal can get a temporary hit points equal to your proficiency.
Yay, that's 4 temporary hit points.
Yep.
Hey.
So I don't know what your proficiency is, but you could post that, and everybody else, as long as you're partaking in the meal, you get that many temporary hit points.
Oh, well.
Except with the nat 20, I will be generous and say double the proficiency for this meal.
Ooh. Did you say that was a 4, Sam?
So now it's
It's
8.
normally 4, so yeah, it's 8.
So +8 temporary hit points for everybody who partakes of the meal.
I'm just gonna try to start
Lovely.
adding prefixes to Zom's name. Whatever role he's filling now, he's Chef Turok. What do you?
You say that, and all I think of is a raptor with a chef's hat.
Just like as a Utah raptor or like a small velociraptor. So
Like
it's
a
like
velociraptor,
massive.
like Turok.
Yeah. Oh, Turok. Oh, yeah.
Yep. Chef Turok, where you kill the dinosaurs and then eat them.
Yeah.
It's like Cooking Mama mixed together with Ark Survival Evolved.
That's right.
All
I
right.
love Turok games. Oh my god.
Boss, as you are paying attention to Razhath, you see him partake of his breakfast, and then while you all are going about your morning routines, he stands at the edge of the camp looking out onto the horizon, watching.
On the edge of the camp horizon, looking at which direction? Does it? I guess.
I will let you do a survival check to see if you could discern what direction it is.
Acceptable.
Because you don't have navigator's tools, but with a good enough survival check, I'll say that you can guesstimate based off of the sun rising in one spot and setting in another. That
Okay.
Oz
Survival.
walks over quietly, asks, "Why are we staring into the sun?"
That's right. Yeah.
he is looking east, watching the sunrise.
So I'll continue my probing of his knowledge. Razhath, do you mind if I join you again? I'm sure this is becoming a common theme.
You may.
I'm not interrupting anything, am I?
Only thoughts, that is all.
You can tell I've been trying to gain as much knowledge and information about where we're heading, so I hope you can continue to allow me to communicate with you. But you said we are going to meet with the fourth ring, the keepers of knowledge or information, correct?
Yes. The votary in particular. My aunt.
You in your first in your introductions, I believe you said you're from the second ring, correct?
That is correct.
What is your ring's specialty, if you don't mind me asking?
You see him sort of move his robe, and you see the bladed chain whip that he's wielded before. We are trained in the second ring to make sure that whoever our target is can never escape us.
Interesting. Do you know the specialties of the other rings?
Of course.
Should we be wary of all or any in particular?
Any in particular would be dangerous to you, but all of them together is the most dangerous.
Fair enough.
Also, there is a new article published.
Ta-da! All right, I didn't even know that. Hooray! Then thank you as always for the information. I will leave you to your thoughts. And I'm gonna go eat that Chef Turok food.
Nice.
And if he was so nice to roll a nat 20 for us, I can't say no.
Also, I'll go ahead and publish the one for the fourth ring for you all, since
Just going to take two pieces of bread and put them on either side of Healy's face and go, "What are you?"
an idiot sandwich.
Hi, I'm Healy.
There you go. Two articles published, second ring and fourth ring.
That would absolutely be a response. Put bread on either side of her face. "What are you?" "I'm Healy. Hi."
That's
right. Your best friend? You're like, no.
Joe completely sails over ahead. Yeah,
That's
I
right.
can see it.
See, look at that. Y'all are blazing through already unlocking articles.
I know.
Ooh.
All right. So you guys have breakfast. Horns did her little stretch in the morning. You guys all set to head out then? All right. I'll go ahead and roll
Absolutely.
navigation for
Let's do it.
Maximus.
Oh god, Healy's listening in. That's hilarious. I
You're
leave
gonna
for
get-
1 day and you're already bullying me. What?
All right. I hate to put his stuff on screen like that, but navigator's tools.
We?
Very nice.
Oh my god.
You know,
Lovely.
He is
Winter has
gonna
been
kill you, Winter.
consistently the best character roller for when we're not here.
I really am.
It's true. It's true, but I keep remembering all the times that Max has like rolled at something
Sevens.
he's really good at, and it's just like, damn it! Like rolls an 8, rolls a 9, rolls.
That's
And
right.
Winter's just like, oh here, let me roll. Oh hey, an 18.
Yeah,
Yeah.
25.
Plus
you're
7,
welcome.
25. Yeah.
25.
That's right. It's not
There you
that
go.
hard.
It's not. Yeah, just casual 25. whatever.
Nice.
Roll please for cartography, and then
Mhm,
Boss
mhm.
Zamtruck. What are you two doing?
That's a 30.
Very
just-
nice.
God damn, a 25 and a 30.
Holy
Fucking hell.
crap!
Plus 12 to performance.
That's called being a bard, my friend.
I guess so.
How is the horse doing? Looking.
Edible.
Animal
It
handling
looks like a
check.
horse.
Okay.
Looks like a horse. 4 legs, mane.
Please
I
get in
don't
that
know.
one. Please get in that one.
It's dead! Ah, the horse is dead!
That's great. Zom starts to believe the horse has turned into a bear. Like, what? The logical conclusion that Zima always rolls best for us is that Zima is just being the voice actor, like training he's going through. He's just going to kick all of us out, roll for us, and voice our own characters. He's like, fuck it, I don't need any of you. I'm just doing it myself.
He's just listening to us voice our characters long enough to take that in and learn
That's
what
right.
each voice sounds like. So he can be like, cool. All right. And then it's just going to be beyond the pale. And instead of our cameras, it's just going to be the faces of the characters. From the,
It's
from
just
the
me.
character art.
Me.
Just
Me.
January
Hit
1st,
me!
none of us are like welcome back in.
Healy.
That's right. Healy does the
I'm
dumbest
the
thing.
plague bear.
It's just a big room
Rude.
with like 7 empty chairs. And he's just running to each chair to get in here.
It's like this is how the story's supposed to have gone from the beginning.
Waiting. Okay.
You weren't there in town. You didn't save everyone. It burned down. They're all dead.
I'm also going to reveal a little extra for the 30. So there
Giving
you
us a
go.
little extra.
Ooh.
Yep. With the
Yeah,
17
I
in the
don't
animal
think so.
handling, this so Asafu is doing okay, but you can tell that he is definitely not made for this environment, and he is not happy to be in this environment.
He's not a desert horse. He
No.
is definitely a
No.
grasslands horse.
I was like, I feel that
Yes.
horse. Starting to like this, this horse for a
I mean, we've only been in the desert 5 days.
second. Only.
I think they're about
4 days? Yeah, 4 or 5 days. Yeah, body conditioning takes like 2 friggin' weeks. So
Yeah.
most of us have never been in a desert. Probably aren't very happy.
And I'll actually say with the 25, you guys get a little bit further. So,
Yay!
Boss, were you doing anything during this period of travel?
Just my usual. I'm not very good for most of this, but keeping an eye on is generally my best bet. Not that I'm going to
Perception,
see much
please.
in a desert.
Well, I mean, you never know.
They're like, I'm gonna roll a 10. You see desert. Good job. Yay, I helped.
I spy with my little eye sand. Well, it's everywhere.
That's right. Okay.
And the camp is
Perception.
now going to disappear.
Yeah. 13. Like I said, you see desert. Yes. Good job.
You do see desert. However, you do see off in the distance to the southeast what looks like what may have once been a riverbank that has long since dried up.
Pog.
All right. Another period of travel. I'll go ahead and roll for Max again.
There's Maximus. There's
There
the
it is.
Now.
Now he's back.
Now I'm getting into character.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Can you stop
So-
playing the character wrong, please?
Zom is going to,
Very nice.
because basically every day Healy makes some good berries and I make water, and then in the evening Healy makes water.
Except I think for her to make the good berries, she has to have berries to turn into good berries, I want to say. I want to say at least. Let me see. Good berry.
She needs a sprig of mistletoe as a material component, unless she has a druidic focus.
Up to 10 berries appear in your hand and are... Okay, so she can create up to 10 per day.
Yay! That's really important because I don't have any more berries. So I'm going to feed the horse a berry so that
Oh, I
it
see.
doesn't need more food
Hey, Ashley.
Okay.
for like the rest of the day.
Okay. Are you going to be doing anything else with that? Are you going to be trying to...
How big is this horse?
I mean, it's a large creature.
By the size of horses, is it like a draft horse? Is it like a...
It's like draft horse size, yeah.
Okay, cool. He's gonna put a blanket on it and basically put his pack on it because he's even draft horse. I mean, if it's not like a Percheron, he's kind of iffy about getting on the back of a horse because it needs to be pretty big, a very big horse for him to be like, yeah, this could probably handle me and I won't snap its spine in half. So he's gonna like put his pack on it and a blanket and then a pack and sort of get him used to like having some weight.
Okay.
He's like, my pack weighs about at least as much as Healy does.
All right then. Animal handling, please. And boss, you still doing more looking out?
Yeah, might as well keep enjoying the scenery.
All right. Perception.
Gotta catch up.
You could always play as a little song.
You know, that's true. I could. If it's not rainy or crummy, might as well. All right, I'll do ooh, okay. So since I'm kind of less than before I make this, I'm less worried about keeping an eye out since Razhath has really said we don't have to worry about too much things. I'll spread my focus evenly, I guess. Just keeping an eye out, but still trying to focus on performance.
Okay, so I'm going to impose a flat -4 to both.
Oakley dokley. Perception, go. I don't know
Okay,
where
so
it
that would be a 23, so very good.
went. Okay, it went behind
Strong.
my sheet. I was like, I don't know what that was. Okay, performance.
That is a 9.
Yeah, well, there you go.
So
You played it
you
wrong.
are, you can see off in the distance that what normally would be blended in with the environment. You notice that more and more and more, Razhath seems to be leading you towards where this dried up river was. And this river, it starts kind of, this river, dried up riverbank starts shallow, but then you can see it turns into almost a ravine. So at one point, a mighty river had flown through this area. The fact of the matter is, you know that based on what Razhath has told you, you should be close, but you see no signs of a city anywhere, but he is leading you towards the ravine. And Zamtarok, the Asifu is fine with you putting the pack on him, so now you are actually carrying less weight. And it doesn't immediately hate you for it. So
Double win.
I love how it took us to this point to gauge the size of the horse. We could have had like a 2-foot tall horse this whole time.
Well, the thing is that previously Healy has stated she was going to get on it, and I was like, well, Healy weighs like $120 soaking wet, maybe $140 or $100 to $160 with all of her crap and pack. So my pack at this point, because mostly empty of food, is like I have actually this. I can reduce this now because this is not the case. I do not have 20 pounds worth of rations anymore.
All right. And I rolled for Maximus for Navigator's Tools. Rolled again, pretty good.
Pretty good. A 26 is pretty good. A 19.
Yeah, that's all right.
A nat 19. That's okay.
Fucking hell. So, this is a silly question, but no, I'll ask it behind the pale.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, because I was like, people can like ingest small amounts of poison and then they can become immune to it or whatever. Can I can I poison Healy in small increments and then her berries then be turned into bad berries?
What?
Oh my god.
She starts secreting poison through her body.
Just hey, that's why I said I'll wait till behind the pale.
I'd rather
problem is
Healy
that-
not get poisoned.
Oh, well.
When you are test poisoning yourself to become immune, you have things like horrific seizures and really bad organ failure type problems that you need medical help with.
I don't want to do it. That's why I want to do it on her. It's reasonable.
We can put Healy on the horse.
Just-
Not
Okay,
she's having a convulsion.
I'm going to say not while she's away and unable to do anything. So.
Oh, okay.
Nerds.
Really waited until
So-
this session, didn't you?
Oh,
You've been thinking about
the
it
true
this whole
boss
time.
comes out.
Yeah.
I've been slowly poisoning you all, but hey, now we're all immune to all this stuff. And why are you so angry?
You're
Why
welcome.
are you
yeah.
mad?
That's right. I had debated doing it, but
All right.
okay. So if we're heading that way, and I do perceive it, like all jokes aside, if then I'll I guess speak to the group and to Razhouse specifically. We're making it appears we're making our way towards that ravine. Is Azhalath hidden in this, or is this going to be how we're traveling to get there?
We are very nearly there. As soon as we reach the ravine.
Can you have a city in a ravine?
Seems
will
one of the
see.
reasonable places too.
If they're carved in the walls.
If I could get the rolls, as long as you're mapping
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and anything else, very nice.
21.
I like my 9 roll performance is just so mundane. It's just like there's some music, it's so monotonous, no one pays attention.
Oh, I
just
was going to
background
say, as
noise.
far as you playing the music, it's
Boss
literally
track.
just like you hit the drum like once every few steps, not to any particular beat.
It's just bump,
Um,
bump.
That's okay.
Yay. We're not doing great. Well, Horns is
I mean,
performing.
I've been rolling fine, thank you very much.
That's right, that's true.
Performances. Oh, yeah. Because now I'm going to sing a song along with that beat, I guess.
all right.
Well,
And Boss, are you going to be playing music on this stretch of the journey?
Yeah, might as well. I mean, if we're getting close, and I might as well. I'll just focus on trying to play my drum because if he's singing, I don't want to be that douchey guy who ruins it for everybody. Though I might still do it. So just performance, no perception this
Oh,
time.
hang on a second. For some reason, my audio driver just went out for a second there. All right, there we go. Now I can hear you properly.
Okay, so I'm just gonna focus on performance and not perception.
Okay.
So it's still only up 2, but at least I won't get a -4 with it.
You
I'm so glad I focused on it. Did get that -4.
so Xantrak starts singing, and you don't know the song, so you're like trying to follow along, but you were just like completely lost. You're like you're so focused on trying to pay attention to the song and like what the beat is that you are out of beat
He's
in
just
the
singing.
actual
Sounds like
performance of it.
I'm singing like a Middle Eastern melody, like a what's it called? Like a Bedouin song, basically.
Okay.
So it makes there's a lot of lilting and movement in the song, so it makes sense. As boss like, what, where's the downbeat? What are you doing?
And new article that is up on recent articles. You see as you
Ooh.
get into the ravine through a slope on the edge that he leads you to. The city of Azhalath, home of the Elahath, come into view, carved into the walls of the ravine.
That's cool. That's very cool.
These are still all AI generated. Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
As the city of Azhalath comes into view, you see Razhath stop and like motion for you all to slow down.
What's wrong?
They are watching us. Make no sudden moves. Do nothing. Just walk. And he leads you up to... Oh. He leads you up to the gates. And from the shadow of the arch, 2 assassins pop up. And they begin talking with Razhath in a language you don't understand. After a little bit of talking, Razhath turns around to you all and says, "They're going to take your weapons. Do not fight them. Move slowly and follow my lead." Are each of you going to hand over your weapons?
I hand over my axe.
Maul, the glaive, the pike, the javelin. Okay.
He just pulls out a list.
Mm.
I hand over the axe, but I try and keep my fiddle.
Boss?
Yo, yes, of course. While they're moving and speaking and approaching us, can I get a glimpse at what kind of... I'm guessing they're wearing cloaks of some kind.
Mm-hmm.
Can I get a glimpse at what kind of weapon they're wearing on them?
Roll, let's roll investigation for that one. So on one of them, you see what looks like a curved short sword and a tri-bladed, what looks almost like a boomerang. And the other one doesn't seem to have any weapons visibly on him, but you do notice a glimpse of what looks like a ring on the index finger and pinky.
Okay, yeah, and I give up my weapon. While we're doing it and we're actually here, I'm also going to mind link with the entire party. So I have to remember how many free ones I get.
Okay.
Where are you, you son of a gun? Psychic Whispers. So I get 1 free one up to 2 creatures. So obviously we'll do Zom and Horns.
Yes.
So for my freebie, within 1 mile, speak common, and then so how many people do we have?
So there's 6
mean,
of you all
max-
together, plus
okay.
1 with Razhath makes 7 if you choose.
Okay, so then I'm going to expend 2 of my psychic, so me 1, 2. So that'll cover all of us, right? Yeah.
Okay.
2 psychic points.
And go ahead and roll to see for how many.
D8. Karakachow. 1. Oh well, that's
1
fine.
hour.
Well,
Great
okay.
job. Proud of you.
Hey, you know what? 1 hour's a long time in D&D time. I can always just redo it.
True.
So before we do that, then I'm gonna let everyone know. I've connected our minds just as we go in here, though, unless Razhath tells us anything different, tells each one of us different, we have to assume that they'll have ways to even listen into this.
Are you linked
Eyes
with
glow.
Razhath as well?
Correct. So that's why I wanted to expend 2.
Okay.
I throw a
Razhath.
mind link raspberry at Bass.
Just in case.
Razhath, I think this is the first time you've mind linked with him.
Oh,
I think
Maybe.
so, at least. But you see a slight reaction of him as you do this. And he looks back at you and he doesn't say or do anything. After the 2 Alahath that were at the gates take all of your weapons, Razhath leads you inside.
Do they search through our bags and things, or do when we just hand them all of our weapons? Do they like?
That's a very good question. So, 2 questions in return. 1, were any of your weapons in your bags?
Yes.
My fiddle would have been.
So,
Well, it's
Well, it
not
would have been at
considered
least
weapon.
strapped to the back or something like that. It wouldn't have
so
been.
upon
Man.
any of your party's weapons being in bags, they would insist that they have to check your bags.
Would my fiddle have been confiscated since it's an instrument?
They would inquire as to what it is.
Sure.
Well, I'm a musician. I play music.
And you see Razhath translate it and then explain some other stuff in the Alahath tongue. And they permit you to keep it.
Yes. They're big, huge.
After you
That's
guys
a
get
winning character, by the way.
After you guys get past the main gate, Razhath motions you all to come closer, and he's speaking in a lower, hushed tone. He goes, "They are sending word to the votaries to meet with us. I do not know how long it will take for them to convene. Until then, we must mind ourselves."
What should we do? Where should we go?
We shall go only where they allow you to go, which, at the moment, is likely to be simply the entrance, the rooms that they may keep us in, perhaps some of the hallways. And after you enter into the gate, you notice that what you saw from the outside, these multiple levels, it goes further into the like basically dug into the ravine wall. So almost a subterranean city of sorts. And Razhath begins to lead you further in to Azhalath. Is there anything in particular you all are wanting to look into, inquire about, anything while you are waiting for the votaries to meet?
Do they have somewhere to put Sapu?
Nah, I got confiscated.
Ossifu is a weapon in Azalath.
I mean,
So, are you asking that in character?
Yes. It's our horse. I don't know what we're going to do with
They
it.
They ask if you have anything to feed it because they will not provide food for it, nor water.
Yes, Healy does, actually.
Okay.
She's the one who actually feeds it.
Okay. Then they will then watch Osifu for you, as long as it doesn't get out of hand.
He's been a pretty docile horse, which is nice.
Not anymore.
But, yeah.
So, Razeth leads you away from the gate. You begin to go through these different tunnels, and you see intricate carvings in the walls, along with, in some areas, rugs that have been woven together and hung on the walls as decorations. And the occasional torches, but you see that sometimes you see that even though this is a city with a fair amount of lighting, nobody that is walking around except for yourselves has a shadow. Except for the children. They have shadows.
I'm sorry. I'm going to mind link to Razhath again, so just to kind of get him up to speed. Razhath, one of my specialties and kind of what we do, you and I, is that I'm able to communicate without directly to you, into your mind. Now, obviously, you didn't seem aware of this, and I've done it around you before. That leads me to believe that Alahath might not have ways of listening to these conversations. You can respond back to me. Inside your head, I can hear you.
There are no ways that I know of.
But still, best to assume to keep information light.
Agreed.
So I will try to keep these connections between all of us. I'm connected with everyone. So if you have some message to pass along to each individual, I can be that relay.
Partway through you thinking that, his attention is diverted when someone darts straight towards him.
Who it is?
And it's a
My
child.
horn. Horns, jump, attack!
It's a child. And she begins saying something to him. You can tell, obviously, from the way that she's acting, she's happy to see him. But you don't understand anything that's being said. And you see... Actually, all of you go ahead and roll insight.
Inside, yeah. So, just to clarify, they took our weapons, but if we had bags, we have our bags and stuff in them, right?
You have your bags, but anything weapon-ish
Yes. Yeah. Weaponish.
was confiscated.
Apart from my fiddle, which I still
Okay.
have.
Then, I guess to clarify, would a benign-looking rod in my bag be confiscated?
It's in
Probably.
a different bag, mate.
Probably.
We'll see.
Something that I wanted to mention, when they are going through bags
Mm-hmm.
and Zom is he has a specific dagger that looks, the sheath is beaten, looks really terrible.
Hmm.
The dagger itself is actually looks really beat up. And the pommel has a chip of bone in it. And when he hands it over to, he hands over all his other weapons, no problem. When he hands that dagger over, he says specifically to the person he's handing it to, lose everything else I've given you. Do not lose this. Or if you lose everything else I've given you, do not lose this.
Welcome in, Amarasi.
Oh.
Is my mic working? Yes.
It is working now. There we go.
Oh, good.
You don't get any verbal response from the guard who is taking your weapons.
I wasn't sure if Razhath was going to try and tell him what I said, but
So you, Horns, Boss, Zamtrok, you all, when this child comes up and starts speaking with Razhath, all of you can obviously tell that she is very pleased to see Razhath, and she begins talking with them. Razhath also seems very pleased and is talking with her. Zamtrok, you in particular catch one thing that sounds like it's a name. You catch in particular when she calls him Razhath. He responds with Zramaira. I'll put that in the chat for you.
Zramara?
Oh, okay.
And they begin to talk. After a little bit of talking, you see Razhath's complexion turn sort of darken a little bit. And after a bit of talking, she looks over and points towards you all and asks something, and he responds in the Alahath tongue again. You don't understand, but you can somewhat infer that she's asking who or what you all are, and he's telling her.
Monsters.
Idiot.
Idiot.
And I'm guessing that
Idiot.
they're gesturing towards us when they're speaking.
Yes.
I kind of change stance and go towards sort of like more of a kneel, and I kind of reach out my hand to the child and say, "Hi."
She sort of actually make a persuasion roll.
Oh, I got 4.
You
But a
rolled a 4
16.
and still got a 16. Are you fucking kidding?
She seems apprehensive at first, but then she sort of she looks up towards Razhath, who nods reassuringly, and she comes closer.
Don't worry, they are idiots.
She's looking at your hands, not really knowing what she's supposed to do with it.
Okay.
And she begins. She takes your hand with both hands and starts looking at your palm, trying to see what you're
Giving
trying
her.
to do. Yeah.
I'm not going to turn my camera off. I'm just going to put it down so you don't see me inhaling these enchiladas like fat ass.
I just saw a mouse pad that's like 2 eyes looking up.
That's right. That's right.
Also, new article available in the homepage.
What, Boss's mousepad?
That's right. That's
I
right.
realized that was an
You've
article.
unlocked Boss's mousepad.
Yes.
It's the article
Even the one I'm
of
using.
Zramaira.
While he's also Razhath is speaking and Horns is doing her thing. We're obviously going to be watched, so can I see if I can pick up the people who are keeping an eye on us?
Sure. Roll perception.
Yeah.
$21. Yeah, there's 2 people at the end of the hallway ahead of you and 2 people at the other end of the hallway behind you that are watching you. So 4 altogether.
So I guess none with that perception that I see are in hiding watching us?
Oh no, they're standing out in the open watching you.
Oh, okay. Great. Fantastic. Then I'd like to walk around as far see where they'll let me go. But I'll wait my turn.
Amarasi, since you're just joining us, I don't know if you were watching any of this on the stream.
Part of it, yeah.
Okay. So you're in Azalath, obviously.
Yep.
They told you
Very excited.
they have told you that there is they're going to be speaking with the votaries of the Four Rings to determine if they'll meet with you today or not.
Mm-hmm.
But until then, you are to wait.
I
learn their language, son.
Yeah, I'm mostly just going to be trying to pick up their language so that I can at least understand it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and just let you know as well, they've confiscated your weapons.
Yes.
I
And-
figured as much.
Just
And
that
your armor, which had been removed for the sake of traveling through the desert. Because if not, there would have been penalties imposed.
Okay.
So you are without your armor at the moment.
Do they have it or is it in a bag?
It's in a bag and they have it.
Hmm. Did they take the
Like
bag of
it's
holding?
No.
Okay.
Just weapons.
So I still
Except
have
for my
8 suited
fiddle.
armor.
So, something to remember. The assassins were watching you all for quite some time. Anything that they saw you use,
Yep.
i.e. things like the ability to shoot a beam from your armor, they know as a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
They have not seen Horns use her fiddle in a weaponish sort of way, so they have no reason to suspect anything there.
Okay.
With the
It's just
little
mockery.
with the little girl over near Horns now, basically kind of near the group. So I'm just going to reach into his bag and slowly pull out his journal, the thing that he's been keeping sort of notes in. He has 2 books that are just blank books for journals in there. So he's going to take one of the pages out and he's going to fold up. He's going to fold up the page into a flower shape,
Okay.
kind of like this. And then he's going to hand that out to the little girl.
She seems apprehensive at first, and she looks up at Razeth and then slowly accepts it, and you see her smile.
Yes.
Dom smiles back.
And then you hear an older woman calling from down one of the hallways. Zramira! And say some more things in a language you don't understand. And you see the girl turn back and then do a short bow and then run off. And you can
Whack.
see Razhath still has a somewhat dark expression.
Something wrong?
I had forgotten. The votaries will not see us today. Today is Zramira's second coming of age. They will all be waiting nearby to help, as much as they can.
What's the second coming of age?
We should not speak here.
And he begins to lead you down the hallway to one of the rooms that they have decided to allocate for your party to wait in until the time is ready for the votaries to meet you. As you get inside, you see it's very, very simplistic. It's further within the city that's carved out of stone, so there's no windows. The only thing that lights the room is an oil lantern. Sorry. There is a rug across the floor to make it a little bit more comfortable walking around. And there are some wooden stools to sit on and a rudimentary bed of sorts. But aside from that, nothing else really in the room. And as he's in there in the room with you, you see him sort of relax a little bit more, and he then begins to explain.
The Elehath have 4 coming of ages. The first you know of. It is when we begin to train as assassins. The ability to shadow walk we are not born with. We gain this ability at the second coming of age. In the Chamber of Sacrifice. Zramyra today will be testing herself to see if she will be able to become a Shadow Walker.
What if she fails?
That is why we do not give names until the third coming of age.
When you say give names,
We call her
Yes.
Zramyra, child of Myra.
okay, that makes sense now.
She will not earn a name until after her third coming of age.
What are the other two coming of ages then? The first is training as an assassin, the second is to become a Shadow Walker.
The third is once you have completed your first blood contract as an assassin. And the fourth, which...
Everyone, all of you, real quickly, roll insight.
I would like to boost my insight roll because
Okay.
I feel this is something very interesting
Okay.
that I need to know. Okay, so an 18. Kind of cringe, I'm not gonna lie.
Boss.
Okay, someone
That
get
Mexican
it.
food coming in strong.
You know, I'm praying to the enchilada gods, and they're filling.
The enchilada gods.
Okay. This one was a really high ceiling. So the only person who got anything on this was Boss.
Wow.
So he went through and mentioned first, second, and third coming of age.
The fourth coming of age is once you have reached 20 years of age. At which point, you are chosen to be married and have children.
Boss, keep an eye on your DMs here.
So you don't choose who you marry.
We do not. The votaries choose for us. They try to find the best pairing for the sake of the rest of our kind.
So who are you bonded with?
I am
Or
not yet
plan to be
bonded.
bonded with? Okay.
So you haven't completed your fourth coming of age, right?
That is correct.
Who is Zramyra to you then?
She is my cousin. But ever since the loss of my mother, she has been like a little sister to me.
Rez has... So... You are not even 20.
I am now 20.
How many contracts have you completed?
5.
Yeah.
I mind link Bass and I say, well, I feel kind of special now.
I didn't realize you had such... The desert is a hard place, but I did not realize you all had such a hard life.
Also,
Reminds me
articles
of
getting
home.
unlocked. Second coming of age. Oh, yeah, second. There we go. Second
reminds
coming
me
of
a lot of
age.
home.
Oh, for some reason.
Zom actually. Zom kind of looks like he's wistfully kind of remembering something, like he's smiling, but he clearly has tears in his eyes. Because it is something sad.
I'm also going to mind link Horns back. Well, I don't know if it's as special as the first time, but his 5th time, I'm sure he'll always remember.
Also, there we go. 3 new articles unlocked on the World Anvil. Second, third, and fourth coming of age. There is also the article on Zramira that was
Yeah, I gave that one a read.
unlocked.
Ah, okay.
Wait a second. I call bullpuckery. I've already read the second one, so I need you to remake it entirely.
That was a mistake. That was...
There are no mistakes from the DM.
That's right.
You're a
It's all
god.
planned.
Amarasi explodes.
Well,
Finally.
I guess I was planned to
Like-
die.
Like a chipmunk in a microwave.
While you all are talking, you see an older lady come into the room, and you see Razhath sort of bow down.
Wait, should we be bowing?
I
Not Elehath.
also bow.
Do nothing.
And they
Nothing.
begin
That's
talking.
The best thing I could do.
And then after a brief conversation, again, still in the Alahath tongue that you still do not understand yet, because it still hasn't even been an hour yet, the woman looks towards you and begins speaking to you in common.
Who is you?
All of you.
Bye.
All of
The
you?
group.
Okay.
Why have you come
Royal
here? Why would you willingly walk into the monastery of the Alahath?
Because bad shit is gonna go down, and everyone here is affected by it.
Thanks, Amarasi. You are the most charismatic of us.
I don't think this is a
Amarasi,
situation.
roll
called
persuasion.
for this. Oh, okay. Shit.
A
Yeah.
boy who ran through minefields. Zom's going to turn to the woman and basically say,
Hold on before you do that.
oh, okay.
She's looking at you dead in the eyes, Amarasi.
There is nothing that would come across the desert to harm us. And
Do you
are
have
a
disease
fool.
here?
You are a fool to come here.
There was a time back when a plague ravaged this land.
I know well of this plague.
Please.
You
Okay,
see-
I'm saying this in
and
mind link.
you see-
Please, someone in Christ.
I'm gonna say,
ask her who
Razhath-
she is.
Mind links to you, boss.
Please.
This is Myra, votary of the fourth ring.
Oh God. Of course. Okay, so then I'll share everyone. This is the woman who is going to affect our support and getting anything to get done in this place. Please, we need to watch what we're sharing and try to get as much information out of her.
Also,
haven't even
new
introduced
article
ourselves.
unlocked, Myra.
She is also what appears to be in a difficult position with the person trying to help us.
Zom's going to mind link back, so what the hell you want me to do?
Just introduce ourselves, get her name, anything, instead of sharing every bit of information we know. She also doesn't directly believe this is a problem.
Clearly. Then Zomtarak's going to say, I'm Zomtarak Stormfury. It's good to meet you.
Myra, Votary of the Fourth Ring.
My official name is Misiphone. However, many in this party call me Horns. You can choose either name.
Boss. And I just touch my chest and nod.
Boss.
I'm Emirasi. Call me whatever you'd like, though.
She then, after like just simply eyeing each of you, she doesn't make any other reaction. She looks over towards Rasath.
Why did you make a contract that conflicts with one you already had? You know our ways.
And Rasath, seemingly uncomfortable, is hesitant to answer, and then he finally speaks up.
Myra, your sister, my mother. She told me of what happened last time. The last time a plague swept across these lands. Even we were not spared.
And she spit.
Your mother was a good woman, but she does not know everything. There are some who are calling for you to be killed. Rasath. The one who was carrying the food from the contract with the gift bearers. They caught him. They killed him. You have betrayed our kind. We will decide on that fate tomorrow. Tonight, you will attend Myra's second coming of age. You will be there to help her.
Is the second coming of age so dangerous that the entire village needs to be there to assist?
It is a matter of survival for our kind.
May we assist in that process?
Good horns. Thank you.
Roll persuasion.
Yes, horns. Oh, thank God.
18.
I do not.
It's not a good roll, but
I do not see how you could help us.
And as she begins to say that, Rasath interrupts.
Myra, I have seen these outlanders do things I have never seen before. If there is even a chance that they can help Myra endure this, I think we should let them.
Myra, if I may, could you maybe outline what the process entails? And maybe we can offer our assistance to any individual part within that?
I am not here to teach you about our kind. If you want to know, you may speak with Rasath. And Rasath, I will speak to you later.
And she storms out. And you see Rasath sigh.
She did not say no.
Yes.
I like you a lot.
Rasath. She said the one who was carrying something from the contract was caught and killed.
That was the other assassin
Yeah,
that was with.
But we
You know
didn't
when we took
catch
the
him.
deal?
He must have
No,
been caught by the
they-
gift bearers. And they must have realized that I helped your friend escape. They must have killed him for a perceived broken contract.
I'm sorry to hear that, Rasath.
And that means you're responsible for it.
Any action we take that leads to the death of another of our kind his betrayal. Or such they would see it. Before anything else, we must discuss the second coming of age.
Yes.
I beg you, do not do anything until after the ceremony is done. No matter what you see, do not interfere with the ceremony, please. To do so would to seal our fate.
What should we expect at this ceremony?
Zramyra shall pay a small price to ensure that our kind survives. And as long as she has the strength and the will, she will survive it. If she does not, she will become forever a shadow, lost to whatever she was before, with no knowledge or memory. She will become the same as those things that you saw outside.
In the cigarette.
She will become a Hanui.
Yeah.
If we can do nothing, and I assume you all are basically in the same boat, how do you assist her in the ceremony? Do you cheer? Do you give her some kind of encouragement?
After she makes the sacrifice, she will be fighting with everything in her body to maintain control. We will be there to comfort her, feed her, give her water, anything that she may need, until the process is done.
This may be overstepping our mark a little bit here. And I know that you will have gone through this process yourself, but I'm trying to envisage what the process would feel like and whether curing of any kind of wounds, any kind of blessings that we can bestow upon Zrymara to help her get through this coming of age may be useful information to know. And as I've said, I know that you've gone through this process yourself, but I do appreciate that this may be overstepping our mark a little bit here.
That aside, when I went through my second coming of age, there were no outlanders like you to be around. I do not know how you could possibly help. But if you can, please do.
We can't help in something that we know nothing of. I hate to put you in this situation, but any information that you could possibly give us about your experience through the second coming of age may give us the right means in which we can offer our services. As Outlanders, as you've mentioned, we may have skills that you guys do not possess that maybe can make this coming of age a much smoother one, and of course would definitely win us and yourself a lot of favor in the city.
She will be taken to the Chamber of Sacrifice, where a part of her will be devoured by the Asu. Only a part. And then the battle for her to maintain herself will begin.
Also, Healy, who has been silent this whole time, and this, we had done a roll prior to see what would happen with this. Zamtrox, she tugs at your arm, and she whispers into your ear. Myra had the same mark that Maximus has on her shoulder.
Brass has.
Visible
Well,
confusion.
time to kill Maximus. All right, there we go.
Finally, PvP.
Yeah, okay.
Just while nobody has their weapons.
Is the typical sacrifice that is devoured the shadow of a person?
It is.
When you lose that, when it is eaten, is it painful or...
It is the greatest pain I have ever felt in my life.
like all of you is being ripped away?
As if a part of you is ripped away, and your body wants to replace what was lost, and you begin to lose yourself. That is why we begin training at such a young age, to have the will and endurance to survive the second coming of age. Not everyone does.
This is exactly like my mom.
Then you understand.
I do. I understand at 4 years old, walking into a building that was more massive than I've ever seen, and fighting a beast from my nightmares.
Except here there is no fight. We do
It's all
not
just
know
you.
everything, but we know the last time we tried to fight this beast, our people were nearly destroyed to the last. And now we keep it in the chamber of sacrifice and placate it. As long as it does not need to hunt, it has no reason to leave.
Is this beast the only one?
It is the only I have ever seen.
You have never seen another Asu anywhere else here.
Never.
That is interesting. On our journeys, I think we've heard of this thing. Of those in the past who fought.
Perhaps. That would be so far back in time that we would not know.
Then I have a question. What do you think the votaries would do if they were free of the Asu?
Jinx beats.
I think that would be a very poor choice to make. It is, at least, a decision that should not be made lightly.
True.
For us out here in the desert, we have become accustomed to our role as assassins and killers. It is the only way that we have survived. If we were to try and survive in this world without it, our entire way of life would be gone.
I don't suggest changing who you are. just to no longer be slaves.
We are not slaves. We are guardians and assassins.
So what do you guard?
We guard our kind. As long as each of us bears a small piece of the cost of this, our kind never has to worry of being destroyed.
Understandable. But if it was possible that no other child would ever have to face the possibility of becoming a Hanumi ever again, would that cost not be a sacrifice equivalent to losing?
You make an argument similar to almost every young Alahath I have ever seen or heard or worked with. There is one problem. It was tried once before. Over 500 assassins attacked it at once. Over 500 assassins died. We have been trying to recover ever since. This that you ask, it is not an idea, a bad proposal. It is just a bad
Not
time.
possible at the moment. Yeah.
Not possible for you.
I have seen what you are capable of. I warn you. I do not think you would be ready for such a fight.
Not
Not
at this
now.
current time, no.
And let's move forward on to the next question. Razhath, as much or as little as we are acquaintanced or connected, you have been a part of our party and have helped us enormously, at extreme risk to yourself. What hope is there that they will not sentence you to death?
I suspect that some of that depends on what happens today. I must show myself to still be an Alahath who is devoted to his kind.
I place my hand on Razhath's shoulder and I say, "You have helped our party in an immeasurable way, and any way in which we can repay the favour, today and maybe tomorrow, will be that time."
Then please walk with me, and until I tell you, do nothing.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
He begins leading you guys out of the room. And several hours later, so now, Amarasi, you are now beginning to pick up on the language a bit more.
Nancy?
But you can only use profanities.
That's
That's the first thing anyone learns about any language.
Dom is purposefully going to basically speak to the rest of the group and just say, we're held to whatever Razhath is holding us to because of the immense amount of help at extreme risk he's given us. But we should probably just listen,
I
do
agree.
nothing, and say nothing.
And I shoot a look at Amarasi. while
Why are you
I
looking
say
at
I
me?
agree. I
Because
wait
you were
for
the one who
Amarati
spoke
to
up
nod his
first.
head.
To Myra
The
and
wrong
made us
thing
look like
said
fools.
could put all of us in grave danger here. And if I
Okay.
need to,
Okay.
if I need to silence you, I will. Know that.
I mean, Orange, you'll use magic. I won't.
Yeah, I'm more worried about the non-magical silencing. The magical silencing I can handle.
Oh, I can non-magically silence you too, boy.
Okay.
I'd like to, if we're walking, to reattach the mind links again. So
Very good.
Are we walking with Razhath?
You are.
okay. So I already used 2.
Unless you decide that you would not like to walk with him, in which case you will stay behind in the chamber.
No, I would like to walk with Razhath, and before we enter the ceremony area, I would like to bardically inspire him.
Okay.
Actually, so excuse me. I have to look if I have more class resources, but so I've already burned 2. I'm actually only going to use 1, so I can reconnect with Horns and Razhath.
Okay.
Good choice.
4 hours. All right.
Nice.
I'll hold off. Granted, I'll hold off. You say after a few hours. I'll hold off until we generally get around to the area where we're going to be going, so I get the maximum amount of time for it.
Okay. I'm going to
And
real quickly take just a second before we get into this next part. I need just 1 second before we get into this.
Oh God, he's got to like do 7 shots. To see
He just brings in like a giant book that's like this
I mean,
thick.
Have you seen the size of my cup?
Just wow, that is a.
Oh, that is
It's like the
yeah,
size of my
that's-
friggin' head.
That's
Oh,
quite a big cup.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, now we're talking.
It's not water. It's just pure vodka.
I am
Did you
the
guys-
bard after all.
Why
gonna
do you
say-
hate yourself?
Did you know Tommy Beans was actually Russian the entire time? Just drinking pure
I
vodka.
think it would be hilarious.
You're like,
That's how me
Yeah,
and Zima
look.
met. We did
Look, I
Russian
can
together.
I can Slav squat against the wall. I'm clearly not a Western spy.
That's right.
I am imagining that the unpleasantness that is likely to come forward may either be. It's probably going to be decided by rolls, but it may either be Razhath or Zramira.
I think
Die.
it'll be I think
Oh
it'll
yeah,
be
you guys are gonna have to let this
Zramira.
kid die. Like, just
No, whoa, no.
that's
No.
right. Okay. You guys are gonna have to take that good level character and be like, put that behind us. Let this kid die for the greater good.
All right.
Nothing ever hurt anybody. Wow, maybe just a little bit.
What can we sacrifice you?
I mean,
Amarasi?
the hilarious part of this is, of everyone in the party, the person who probably most understands and even as a good character would do nothing is Amtarak.
Mm-hmm.
The Minotaurs of Amonkhet are taken at 4, which is when they're technically adults, and sent on a quest. And it's usually like hey, there's this giant monster thing, you need to go kill it. And if you die, you failed. And if you run from it, you failed. And if you come back here without its head, you failed. And you are essentially a slave.
I don't know. I don't know if it was intentionally built, but the more I learn about almost every one of your backstories, you all have some odd connection with this entire continent.
I know. I'm over
I was
here.
gonna say,
sitting
I
here
was like,
What?
dude,
I'm
I
just
just
like
lived in a
normal-
draconic city. I don't know what the hell
Right?
y'all are on, but like,
That's right.
geez.
Max is coming out weird connections. Zom's coming out weird connections. Healy's coming out
Really
weird
100%
connections.
has weird connections.
Y'all are the shady ones.
Zom doesn't have
Yeah.
connections. It's just a similar culture. It's desert culture. Desert
Mhm.
culture is always rough.
That's exactly.
I don't know.
right.
I can't trust you fuckers. Obviously, you know.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Feelings mutual.
It's all right, Iron Man.
Once we get there, is there going to be time Like before the ceremony starts? Like when they
So-
process in or anything?
You,
See, that vodka's
Razhath-
picking up you.
Razhath leads you all through a hallway that then begins to widen into a wide chamber where you see many other Alahath already standing there. And you see a brazier in the center of the room. And at the far end of the room, you see a circular opening with what looks like hooks where leather straps are attached. And you see Myra and 3 others standing off by themselves. And in front of Myra is Myra, who definitely seems nervous.
Is anyone speaking at all?
No one is saying anything. And you hear Myra begin to sing. And as she sings, Razhath goes forward, as well as one of the other people standing next to Myra, and lift Myra up, and then strap her to these leather straps. Arms outstretched, legs outstretched. Afterwards, they take one of the torches from one of the walls and bring it to the brazier in the middle. And Amarasi, you're the only one that understands this somewhat because of how much time you've been spending around them. But when you hear Razhath say, more or less translates to, just as those who have come before, fight well. And he drops the torch into the brazier. The room lights up and you see Myra's shadow cast onto a wall. In a chamber that is huge and open with water all along the bottom. And you see the faintest bit of a beast of pure shadow moving along the wall. Spikes covering its entire body, its teeth sharp. You hear a slight whimpering from Myra. And then in an instant, you see, like a cobra, this shadow strikes at her shadow and begins to devour it. And Myra is screaming in pain. And in an instant, it's over. And you see Myra no longer has a shadow. And she is sweating, and she is pale. And Razhath and the other person who helped strap her into the spot go quickly and unstrap her. And the crowd makes parts to make way for them to carry her out of the room quickly. After they carry her out of the room, do you all follow Razhath?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. They stop you at the door.
Oh, I do not.
Okay.
So I'm sorry.
No worries.
I was muted. Like, no.
So, Horns and Zamtrock. Amarasi, do you stay or do you go?
I would stay.
Okay. So, Horns and Zamtrock, as Razhath runs with Myra's unconscious now body that is sweating profusely into one of the other rooms. Two of the Alahath stop you at the door. And after a brief moment, they'd let you in. And as you walk in, you see Razhath standing next to a bed that has naught but a shadow of a child on it.
The battle has begun. Whether or not she remembers herself now is in her hands.
Is there anything that can be done? Anything we can do?
I do not know what you are able to do, but all I can do is wait and be here for her.
I'm sorry, who went in there? Horns and...
Horns
Me and
and Zemtrok.
Okay.
We can
Roll insight.
attempt to try something, or would you rather us stay out of this process? We are led by you in this.
Stay, please.
Very well.
Both of you roll insight.
19.
I'm gonna mind link Horns. What's going on in the room?
So Amira is having her fight at the moment, and from what I can see, she is nothing really but a shadow.
Horns, were you, this is out of character, were you with us when we went into the temple? You were the counterbalance, right? So you weren't down in the crypts with us? Or were you? Were you one of them?
I did end up going down there, yes.
Okay, so then... So she's one of the shadows?
Oh no, I don't think I did actually.
I-
No, I
'cause
didn't.
I remember it was
counterbalanced
me,
to the top.
it
Yeah, I
was-
counterbalanced to the top, I didn't.
Zom
That's right.
did.
No, I didn't.
It was you two and Max. So,
Okay,
Boss,
that's right.
Zam,
Oh, that's
and Max.
Okay, so a shadow, alright.
So,
Who's in the room?
real quickly,
Sorry.
resulting from the insight roll,
Oh.
Horns and Zemtrok. So, Horns, you begin to see that, obviously, Razhath is very concerned. Zemtrok, with the nat 20 on that, you can tell from his expression the fight is already going very poorly. The roll that I did was not for Razhath.
Y'all want to pull us into the room?
I'm just trying to figure out how to help her.
Well, I mean, we can't plan from out here.
I have I'm gonna DM you a question.
Okay.
Horns, who's in the room?
Currently, I mean, this is a little bit out of character, but as far as I actually know, is myself, Zam, Razhath, and Samira.
Since I'm standing out there, also, what happened to the beast? There's two things I want to take a look at. I want to look at, Boss is going to try to see, once the monster couldn't just disappear after it. I mean, it might have, I suppose. Once it ate the shadow, what happened?
You see... Very nice. You see this thing after it eats. Slowly, along the walls, slither away. And then they extinguish the braziers so that there are no longer any shadows or risk of shadows for it to eat.
And then the second thing I want to watch for is, Zamira, or not Zamira.
Myra?
God damn it, what? Myra, yes. So once they rushed her daughter back there. What did she do?
So based on what you could see without an insight roll, she stood stoically.
Oh, but she didn't go in the room with them? She's
Not
just
yet,
out there.
no.
Okay. Just keeping an eye, I guess, on her. See if she's reacting in any way. But,
Can we tell how this fight is going, Razhath?
I fear the worst.
Do you think now may be a good time for us to try something?
I do not know if there is anything you can try, but if there is, please.
May we try?
Please.
I... Give me just 1 second. I attempt to cast... Mass Cure Wounds. And make that. Though it's up to 6 creatures, it's obviously going to be those people in the room, but the main aim is obviously to aim at Zoramira.
So you cast this, and I'm not even gonna ask you to do any rolls. You can tell that it does nothing. You see from the shadows Zoramira come back to a corporeal form, still unconscious, still sweating, but her breathing is calmed a bit. And you see Razhath look a little bit more relieved.
So at this point, basically, Brian.
Rossi, it sounds like whatever that creature did is trying to turn her into the shadow people. If you'd like to go in there and help out, they could probably use any assistance.
I'm gonna start walking over to the door.
You walk in and you see the child Zoramira underneath a bed sheet on the bed, back in her corporeal form, sweating heavily and unconscious.
With her in her corporeal form, I'm going to attempt to cast Mass Cure Wounds again. Now she's in a more effectable form.
So you can see that it has no effect.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and do a medicine check on her. And then I'd like to use Flash of Genius on that.
Okay.
Wow.
This is
Oof.
something that is so far beyond anything you've seen that you have no idea. You have no idea how to help.
But wait, hear me out, DM Inspiration.
Use it.
Oh.
Use it.
Absolutely. Okay, I'm
Watch
gonna
it go
plus
from
five
a
to
nat
two.
1 to a nat 20.
Oh my god!
Oh. This is something that is so far beyond. You don't know.
Rossi starts turning into a shadow.
I'm going home. See y'all later. Have a nice day.
I'm going to mind link Razhath. It sounds like things aren't going well in that room. But to clarify, when you said it was the most difficult pain in the fight you went through, you said as if you were losing yourself.
is a fight to remember oneself. A fight to maintain oneself.
Then I might have a solution. But it would go better if we brought her mother. Do you want me to do that? Or you?
Her mother will come in time.
I'm going to politely relay that medically I have no idea what is going on.
Okay.
Which is actually not terrible as far as like story-wise, because this is unlike anything you've ever seen before. Any of
Yeah.
you.
So then I'll go in. For those of you that were, I spoke to you, Rezhath, about us entering one of those temples or ziggurats where they held one of those Anhui beasts to death and killed it.
Please. I do not want to speak of this right now.
I spoke to the shadows because as I'm able to speak to you directly, I'm able to speak to them. Hearing my voice call out to her won't do much, but before I have been able to connect other individuals to each other. You could call out to her and help her remember who she is and the way back to being who she was.
She cannot hear me. Believe me when I say, she cannot. This
I'm
fight,
not talking about hearing, I'm talking about speaking directly to her and her mind, to the very being of who her psyche is. If she's losing herself, then that's the person you need to talk to, not this body. But if you don't think that will work, then I'm out of ideas on my end.
You hear Rezhath basically go quiet. You can tell that he is distraught.
You have to believe, Razaz.
You hear, you are momentarily, your attention is brought away by a gasp, and you look over and she melts back into the shadow again.
Oh, a 2. I saw a 12. I was like, this is bullshit.
It was right on the cusp.
Yeah. I was just roll 20 being silly. Also, Healy would like someone who is able to, I guess, to detect poison or disease, just FYI. I don't know if you guys are watching Discord.
I do not have detect poison or disease, now that I think about it.
Okay, just saying. So then, just like I did with the shadows, I'll use my last points to connect myself to the psyche of the girl. I can't, Rezhath, if you ask our help, this is it. Healing magics aren't working, praying isn't working. Maybe the stories, the life you lived with her that I could pass on is the only hope you might have of her being able to return to herself.
Out of character question. Are
Sure.
you able to form a link between two people that allows them to talk one-on-one without you?
So
Being the
not
in-between.
specifically, but people but when we're on the boat, we were able to channel things through me. So I'm unsure. I'm actually unsure. It depends on how his shadow specific magic would work and how you'd allow it. So if push comes to shove, obviously that's the idea. He could use me as a channel, but if not, I guess also how I could explain it is that if he can't talk to her with words, he can talk to her through me, and I can share the memories they have together. Remember, and the memories that she has with her family. So those are my two ideas.
I am not certain what would happen if she were to hear an unfamiliar voice. It could
Primus,
help,
I'd like
but
cast
it
Detect
could
Magic.
distract her from her fight.
It is. It's your decision. It is your family.
Zamtrok.
Yes.
I'm gonna say you don't need to burn the spell slot. You can channel that in.
Okay.
Unless you make a medicine check, you will not be able to tell if there's any effect from it.
Okay.
I will let you choose how far into that process you get before you make the medicine check, but you must decide right now.
He's how far in?
Because you said that your channeling in went through lay on hands, right?
Yes.
So are you pumping everything that you can, or are you...
Yes.
Okay.
Everything. This is
So
an innocent child.
go ahead and roll medicine.
I don't have much medicine.
I'm gonna give you a +5.
Anything to help.
And similarly, I can bodically inspire you.
Do it.
Right, let's do it.
Our powers combined, we might not roll 2 nat ones in a row.
What's the bardic inspiration?
It's a D10.
You bardic inspire her?
That's what I was thinking.
You
But
could
whether
certainly try.
that's what I was thinking, and that was going to be where my next action was going to be. But I wanted to kind of let I'd kind of done a bit. I wanted to let other people do their bit first.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I tried to
So
bodically
were you also
inspire
trying to
Samira
help
as
me?
well. I'd offer and extend all the services that I can to help. So at the moment I've used 3 bardic inspirations, with a third obviously going to Samira.
Okay.
You got a 10 on that D10?
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Praise the sun.
Oh god, I'm doing so much
Zamdrak,
heavy
you can tell that her body is essentially fighting in multiple ways. One, almost... her body is essentially kind of in shock. Not dissimilar to how a person's body might react if a limb were suddenly chopped off. But you are also seeing that her body is fighting almost like an infection.
Okay.
On Healy's behalf, because I assume she's wanting to do this, she casts Detect Disease and Poison. And she picks up that Razhath still, but now Zramira and every single shadowless being nearby has the same pang of disease.
Oh,
It's just whether her body can take that disease.
the question is, does she also relay this to us?
That is a question to ask her.
Well,
I would
time
have
spam
assumed
healing.
so. She wouldn't have detected it and then not told us. But I can't make decisions.
Really?
Yeah, but we don't know that.
Yeah, that's true.
This is Healy we're talking.
Mm-hmm.
She does indeed relay her findings to you all.
Okay, as long as she doesn't clarify how she relays it, we'll actually get the full information, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to, I was about to say cast Purify Food and Drink, but I didn't do this one.
Except that is poison and not disease.
Oh yeah, I don't have, I thought I had,
Yep.
well, I don't have any good healing spells.
But yeah, after bardically inspiring Zamtarok with his role, I
Wait.
then attempt to bardically inspire Zramira.
Damn it. I have protection from energy, but it's only like basic energies. If she were getting acidified, I could do that, but you know. We could always revivify and say that she definitely survived.
That
Except,
wouldn't work.
except her turning to shadow is not her dying.
Oh yeah. We could try to dispel magic, but that may.
No.
I don't think it's not magical. It's not a magical.
Even if it was, dispelling it would be basically going entirely against the
Yeah,
culture
that's
that is here.
Why I'm not.
That's why I didn't do it.
Well, and also, it wouldn't work.
Yeah, because it's not magical.
Okay, I'm gonna
There's no
ritually
magic
cast
there
a
to
Victim
dispel.
Man instead.
You detect no magic.
I'm going to release. It seems that it's not magical energy causing the struggle in the fight. It's just
We know and have heard tales of this beast. We have seen Razhath and others of this kind. This is not magical behavior.
Tom's just gonna keep praying.
She doesn't return from shadow still.
Did my bardic inspiration go through?
I didn't realize that you had bardically inspired her.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's a D10.
Yes.
D10, yeah.
please. I breathe.
She returns from shadow.
Can I tell that that's worked?
Yes.
Can I tell that that's gone through? Okay,
Yes.
I bardically inspire her again then.
Alright, Bardic Inspirations, they're abilities, not spells, right?
I mean,
I believe their abilities. It's
Yeah.
you only have so many times that you can vertically.
yeah,
inspire.
I'm keeping track of them. Yeah,
Yeah.
I believe it's your charisma
But it's
modifier,
not.
which is 4.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah,
not. It's
because
not
I-
spell slots.
No,
I
it's
would
not.
very much like to give you a ring that gives you an extra spell slot.
No,
That's
it's not that. No, it's an ability. But that's my last bardic inspiration.
Boss, just to catch you up, essentially, the party has established that her body is fighting in multiple ways, both as if it's gotten a very severe infection, but also she's in shock, essentially, not dissimilar to when someone loses a limb. They've determined that her, along with Razhath, along with every shadowless person in the area, all have disease. But none of the shadowless ones do.
What if
Oh, sorry,
I-
none of the people that have the shadow, none of them have disease.
What if I casted Enhance ability to give her advantage on Constitution checks.
You could certainly do that.
That might help a lot.
I'm going to do that. We'll cast it at 3rd level just because I can burn the spell slot. Actually, we'll cast that one at 2nd level, and if we can see that it's working, I'll cast another one at 3rd level.
Target
So
has
it bears
advantage on Constitution. It also gains 2d6 temporary hit points.
And then I'm concentrating on it, so.
When you cast the spell using a spell slot of 3rd level or higher, you can target one additional creature for each slot.
Oh, never mind. I don't care about it. I said I was doing it at 2nd level anyways.
Okay. So in that case, it is time for one final roll. And then... Oh, that's not quite right. It should be just the d10. So the 3. So it's the 19 plus 3.
That's
And you see Zuramaira finally stop sweating and her breathing becoming more normal. And you all see Razhath immediately relieved.
I'm gonna like hear, or I'm gonna look at Razhath and be like, is it over? Can I drop the spell?
She is past
Zom-
the
Rossi,
worst
don't
of
be
it.
so rude.
Well, I mean, this is hard work, okay?
Zom slowly stands, basically sweating,
I smack Amarasi on the back of the head.
and turns to Razhath and says, "It seems all will be well."
Well done.
Thank you.
Max, you didn't do shit.
Just to confirm, I can drop the spell.
Yes.
Okay. Then drop the spell.
And she goes back into shadow form.
I just
Look
want
at what
to
you've done.
She just goes poof and disappears, and we're all like,
You killed her!
Uh-oh.
be doing my best to make sure I can blame anybody else if something wrong happens or something bad happens. Well, I
So-
wish that I had thought about that a little earlier because I think that would help.
So
Does Myra come in the room now?
she does, but before that happens, together with the medicine check that you had, especially since it was a 31, Zamtrork, you can realize that even if you had tried to cast anything along the lines of curing disease, this is such a severe infection with a loss of something inherently to the person that alone would not be enough to cure this affliction. It would be akin to trying to cure a disease in order to help somebody regrow a limb.
Oh yeah, that's way above our pay grade.
Just had to endure it. I'll let myself out now.
Rossi, you helped. Man, you did it. Thank you.
And Myra finally comes into the room now and asks something which, Amarasi, you understand as essentially asking how the fight is going.
I'm
And
gonna
Razhath-
make a personal roll to see if I blurt out in response like an idiot.
Do a roll.
Yeah.
Because I know I'm not supposed to know this language, but also I'm gonna do it with my dice because I need a luck. Okay, above a 10. I got an 11. We're fine.
And you hear
I
Razhath
stay
essentially respond by saying that she's past the worst of it.
We did what we could.
I'm going to do a roll real quick. This is not for Zra Myra, this is for Myra.
She dies.
Oh my god, she's
Oh, wait.
fucking dead.
Oh, wait, no, that wasn't supposed to be a D10. That was supposed to be a D20. Apologies.
Well, technically it'd be a 16. I'll take an 18. Even better.
Okay, 21.
But who knows if that's good or bad?
She. I have to do one other roll as well. I'm sorry. And this one has to be off screen.
You're not allowed to be sorry. We're angry at you for
Oh,
some
Jesus.
reason. Obviously.
Interest-
Anger.
Can
Interesting. All right.
we
So
see if she's relieved? Sorry, I'll wait till you're done.
you roll insight.
No, you can't because you're not in the room.
I am in
I
the
also
room.
want to roll insight.
How dare you? I came in to
Did
try
you
to
just
like
look
help.
in?
I believe he came in with because he was watching Myra, and then was watching to see if she
Oh,
would come
followed
in.
her in, right?
and then-
Okay.
Dude, I am so insightful today with my solid 9.
Where is inside? Oh Jesus! I was like,
What is? Oh,
Y'all don't understand how insightful I am. Bruh. Rude.
what?
Can I also roll to gauge your
Absolutely.
reaction as well?
yeah,
Everybody's
we're
gonna
all
do
kind of
it
looking at
me.
Well, Zomdrak basically looked at her and said, "We did what we could," and then sort of steps back from where he's been kneeling next to Mr. Amhira's bed.
You, for everybody who rolled a 15 or above,
Not me.
you see that she still is maintaining a fairly stoic expression, but you can tell she is happy. It's not very obvious. For anyone who rolled a 20 or higher, you can tell that there's an internal conflict.
Shit.
Zomdrak's going to say one other thing to Myra since she's in the room.
Okay.
Rezheth was also instrumental in making sure Myra made it.
Mm.
Mind yourselves, but you may walk the halls while you wait for us.
Thank you.
Oh boy.
More of Azaleth is now open for you.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, this is Rossi's time. He's like, this is what I came to this continent for. Fuck
So
yeah.
I'm
more of
absolutely
Azaleth is
maxed
now open for you to explore. Not all of it, but more of it.
I just imagine Amarasi going to every building and just licking the wall, like, "Oh, is this rock any
There's
different?
so
Is this
much
different
good
dirt?"
to try.
Oh my
I'm so excited.
And an article I hadn't entirely expected
Oh boy.
unlocking.
So very excited.
Man, that was emotional.
That's why I told you to have the drink.
Yeah, I'm glad I did. It's difficult when you have a daughter and you're like, "Oh, hey, this could be my kid."
You guys did great.
If
Done.
your
New-
kid gets their shadow eaten, I would be very concerned.
Yeah.
New article in recent articles. Skiathropy.
Whoa. At least
Whoa.
you know what
Whoa.
you need to do. You need to give your kid bear's endurance if they have their shadow eaten.
Or have a bard to cast bardic inspiration.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah,
Little-
just give me a ring.
So, out of curiosity, it is a constitution check if you're willing to tell us.
Yes.
Okay.
So they both helped. Well done.
I
And-
was like,
and
I know I
Zom-
have a constitution.
I basically assumed Zom was somehow praying to suck the poison out of her
No,
into himself.
he was
I'm like,
literally
the
kneeling next to the
disease.
bed, praying to Tyr, who's the maimed god, because
Mm.
Tyr is one of the ones who is of sacrifice. Like this
Mm.
girl who is an innocent child, has given of herself to help her people, help her. And also, I just literally burned 40 points of lay on hands trying to help her, which made her comfortable like a hospice nurse.
Hey, man.
Yep.
The hospice
And
nurses are very important.
Encyclopedia under diseases and conditions, schiathropy is now viewable.
That's so cool. So did you expect her to die out of curiosity?
I left it
yeah.
entirely up to the rolls to determine.
That's what I figured.
Except she
I had a
wouldn't
feeling
have.
this was going to be it.
Except she would not have died. She would have become the
Well, okay.
a
Yeah, she
Hanui.
wouldn't have died. She'd become
Which
a
she
Which
had
Hanui, yeah.
also
basically
reminds me, under Hanui, and I need to edit this real quick, there is now a secret that will be available to you all.
Secret time.
Dude, I am so excited to walk around this city and do city things.
Rossi pushes her out of the way, like, fuck yeah. Like,
Dude, I don't like. It sounds terrible, but I don't even care about the kid anymore. I care about how dank this is gonna be. I'm gonna be able to see the city. It's the
Kid-
first time I've seen a
Kid
city
was a
in a
means
while.
to an end.
For everyone else, if you could observe the content of this individual's character.
All right,
It's
so now if you pull up the article
Right.
on the Hanui, you will now be able to go scroll down until you see at the bottom secrets, and you can click to open it. Oh, and there goes my audio driver once more. Let me just restart my engine there.
World Encyclopedia. Well, fauna and
Hanui
flora.
Wheatwits.
Is it under fauna and flora?
Oh, this article has no secrets? That's secretively secret.
Should be viewable.
It might just be updated.
Yeah, I'm gonna refresh.
Yeah, the truth of the Hanui.
Aha.
Yep.
Is that under? It's under Hanui species, right?
It just wasn't revealed to Amarasi, that's all.
I'm not sure if it was. Because I can't see it yet, right? Sanui, and then the tab underneath it's secrets, right?
Yep.
Well,
Yeah, I've got
somebody's gonna
nothing
have
in
to
there yet.
dramatically read it to me because
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't see it either.
Oh,
The truth of the Hanui. The Hanui, despite conventional belief, are not departed souls. Rather, they are the result of uncontrolled schiathropy when a creature allows the disease to fully take control. Hanui lose all sense of who they were and what they have become.
Exciting.
that's cool. Kind of frightening, but cool.
Okay, so Razhath, now that she's past the worst of it, should we leave her to rest with her mother?
That is all we can do now. But I thank you all.
Of course.
Then, while others explore or whatnot, if I could have a word with you.
Of course.
Before we get into that conversation, Amarasi, is there anywhere or anything in particular you're looking for to explore within Azhalath?
Probably either.
Everything?
I mean, yeah, everything, but probably. Firstly, like a marketplace. I feel like that's a great place to go and kind of see where people blend and how people interact, and then probably either like a religious building, like a temple, or like a place where they would store knowledge.
So you do not see a temple or anything like that. Roll
That's what I
history for me real quick.
All right. Where is history? Why am I stupid? Right there.
You do remember Myra referring to this entire city as the monastery of the Elahath.
Okay. Hmm.
However, you do come across what one of the Elahath you hear referred to as the Hizira,
Ah.
which is a new article now viewable.
Yes. Yes.
Think of if Zima had all these 18 articles and we somehow managed to not open one of them.
You just
He would
simply
quit, he would
wouldn't.
quit this
You
campaign.
just
Which
simply
doesn't-
wouldn't see any of them, and I would be forever disappointed. But I would live with it.
Zima,
Oh, wait.
why do you have 7 bottles of scotch next to you? No reason.
I literally have
Goddamn articles.
108 articles in this World Anvil. There's some that just haven't been unlocked yet.
How many do we
Skiathropy?
have
Oh
of
gosh.
the
2. More than 2.
Definitely more than
excellent,
2.
excellent. At least 3, maybe 4 if we're lucky.
I mean, all the ones that are
Oh.
on the page.
You know what? I think I know why some of you can't view the secret.
Because we're cringe.
Um,
Hi, Peggy.
wait, Laura, you said Boss, you said you couldn't view the secret, right?
I don't believe so. I mean, I'm looking at recent articles, Hadooey. I click on it.
Yeah, I
All I
can't
see
see it
is
either.
all I see is just the basic info.
If
Down
you
at the
scroll,
bottom, there's
if
a
you
button that
scroll to
says
the
secrets.
bottom, there's 2 buttons, or there should be
Oh,
either 2 or 1.
metadata and secrets. Oh,
And then
that's
if
where
you
it is.
click that,
Gotcha. Yes, I can see it now. Okay. Then I apologize. I'm a dummy.
yeah, you can also see
Fair
when that was written, I believe.
February 3rd. A few days ago.
If you do the thing and you just don't screw it up, it just works.
Yeah, I have been
Oh, I'm
preparing.
not logged in. I'm just a complete dumbass.
Yep. Let me say, because I made it available to players, I made it available to visitors, I made it available to Riru, I made it available to
Everybody.
like, I made it fully available.
Completely incompetent? Never.
So,
Yeah,
You're
it still
rolling
says
2
no
ones
secrets for
over.
me, but maybe I.
I believe I also still have to go through and reveal secrets under.
Oh yeah, I can see those dank truths now.
So similarly, there's a secret that is basically the same thing under the Asu article, and I believe also the Elahath. I'll be making those available to you all as well.
Dank.
Mm-hmm.
Boss, you attempt to high five, and you miss completely. You miss so
No.
completely and embarrassingly that you are like discouraged from attempting it again for a little bit.
Yeah. Okay,
That's
that's
like
fine.
a -7 to morale right there.
was just like you-
High five is just the newest depression.
I punch
Cool.
myself in the leg. No. Never mind. Sorry, Ash. Don't worry about that. Okay, yeah. So sorry.
You
Yeah,
actually high
Razhath,
five to the
whenever you get
face instead.
whenever you get a second, brother.
Yep. All right. So while Amarasi goes off to check out the market,
Very excited.
what are you going to be talking? What are you going to be talking with Razhath about?
I'd like to step away from everyone, or it doesn't have to be everyone, but just away
Well,
from
you-
mean lady.
Okay.
So yeah, I gesture to come to walk outside.
Okay. He follows you.
Before we begin, this might be sensitive conversations.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I real quickly need you to pause. Zamtarok, the prayer that you did you do that out loud?
Yes.
Insight for me, please.
Uh-oh.
Are you about to tell him that he saw it?
No. Just one aspect of Alahath culture that may or may not get revealed. Depending.
Oh, do very well, please. All the dank information.
Or very poorly. I mean, it could be
No,
either or.
do insanely well.
The suspense is killing me.
I know, right?
Hmm.
Fudge some rolls if you have. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that.
It's
Okay.
mostly just the math. I have to add things. And I'm actually, I'm not gonna lie, I am actually reading over something that I was told I need to read over. Because people were like, hey, make sure you read this thing in the code book. And I'm like,
Dooby dooba, dooby dooba, a dooba 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 dooba. I don't know what I'm gonna do with the suspense right now. The
they think
suspense
all of
is
the religions
killing
are
me.
idiots.
It's killing me viciously,
Viciously.
viciously. I can feel the suspense in my bones, in my arse.
There we go.
My arse.
24, brilliant.
So there we go. The thing that was resulting from the insight roll, Zamtruck now knows. All right. Anyways, what you were.
And he's not going to share it with you.
I'm gonna be so sad.
That's up to him.
Zamtorok,
But, boss, you are talking with Razhath right now.
Yeah. So we just stepped outside, and
Mhm.
we're still linked mentally. So I'm just going to talk to him that way. I don't know much about your people, but I'm glad that this small child survived, at least for your sake. You seem to have a connection with her.
Yes, she is my cousin.
Fair. Though the reason I wanted to step outside and talk to you this way is to speak of maybe certain inappropriate truths of your people and how you've been reacting to them. You and I spoke of the Hanui and how those children came about, and seeing how you reacted earlier when you said it was what you put through her. It now makes sense how you reacted when I spoke about it. The Nui are not just some errant creatures; they are the lost children and failures of your people.
Not just
Oof.
children. Any Alahat at any age still has the chance to lose control.
Mm, see.
But it happens most commonly with those of weak will, which are either the very young or the very old.
I'm not one to speak like Zom to
Hang on
change
a
your
second.
culture.
I don't know why this keeps on doing this. It's like the third time today. Audio engine dropped out. There we go.
It's fine.
Good.
We still think you're sexy. Don't worry about it, Lemur. What the fuck? Sorry,
Thanks.
I'm so used
Lemur?
to anytime I call someone sexy, it's instantly Lemur in my brain now.
Oh, you're a
And
sexy lemur. Mm,
yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely, right?
I guess.
learning things about Amarasi we didn't know.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm
Anyways.
not one to be like Zom to speak about your culture and change it. If this is the way of your people, so be it. It is a weighty cost, but it's not mine to speak of. But speaking of your culture, when we brought up your fourth age of coming and your age, you seem disconcerted, as if you are you betrothed to someone unacceptable or against your will?
I am not yet betrothed.
So then why are you reticent or hesitant about it?
Because Now that we've helped Zramira, I expect that they will now begin the process of matching me. It will then be my responsibility to help by producing offspring and providing for my offspring.
In which case you'd lose connection to her?
I took him outside. We're talking mentally.
Oh, you took him outside.
Yeah.
I was confused. I was like,
I'm outside. I can't believe it.
Yep.
Speaking, and I can see where that would lead, providing for your family and then having to maybe watch your own children go through it doesn't seem particularly pleasant. But speaking of saving Zamira, you're perceptive, though you had your view on other people, on Zamira and not the others in the room. Her surviving and you being a part of it is going to put your aunt in a difficult position. She can no longer speak to you about betraying your people directly if you actively helped in saving her child. Do you think this does us a boon or disservice?
It has
In a coming
helped
day.
us, without a doubt, but perhaps not as much as you may think. Before, the scales were tipped in balance of us being a threat, since we had caused the death of one of our kind. Now we have saved one of our kind. So we are viewed neither as a threat nor as a friend.
Well,
Hmm.
guess we'll just have to stick around for the next 10 rituals. That's out of character, since I'm literally not there. But also staying in the city for the next 10 rituals? Anybody up for that?
How quickly do you think they will move towards the conversation with us compared to matching or pairing you up? Because if it seems distinctly possible to get you away from our group, a voice of reason, because you are now paired up, that'd be a very clever political move by your aunt to take you out of play.
It is impossible to say. The votaries will decide for themselves. None of us have any say in it.
Hmm.
They have earned that right.
Then a personal question. The two guards, they had distinct weapons, different from yours. Hey, Are all of the circles trained in different uses of different weapons, and that's how you distinguish each other?
Different weapons, but different aspects of the art of killing.
Hmm. Interesting. And now that we've gained favor, do you think we could get our bags back?
Almost definitely not.
And where would they be held if they were?
I am in the same group as you now, so I do not know.
Interesting. Then I'm going to pat him on the shoulder and say out loud, "Congratulations on your niece, on your cousin surviving." And I'm going to walk off.
Before we get to the market, Zamtruck, was there anything you were wanting to do or say?
Oh,
I mean, there's no one to really talk to. I know Amarasi left to go to the market.
Mhm.
Boss walked outside with Rasaz. So it's basically just Zom and horns in the room?
You could have
believe
come
so.
with me.
I think so.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, the mother's in there.
Oh, that's true.
If you wanna,
But she really doesn't seem to want to talk to us at all.
put your Minotaur charm on. Be like, hey, move.
Yeah,
you doing?
That doesn't exist.
Hey,
Are you
how's it
kidding me?
going?
Eldrazi
like
been
yeah.
very charming in the past.
That's what, yeah. I like how Zomgadi's like, how dare you? You insult my honor. I'm very charming.
So nothing in particular you're going to be doing, Zamtrok?
I honestly can't think of something.
Okay.
Myra doesn't seem to want to talk to us.
Come
So
to the market.
until we leave here to go back to wherever we're going back to, not really, no.
Okay. Amorasi. You enter in to the Hizira.
Oh boy.
And you see several what appear to be merchants peddling different powders. There is nothing that you see that looks like it's a fresh food of any kind, but you do see people some Alahath exchanging pieces of food for some of these different powders.
I feel like I've screwed myself a little bit because in order to talk to these people, I would have to reveal that I've been listening in on their language. But also, I want to talk to them.
Are you going to start by saying, hey, so I've been listening in on your language and now I know how to talk to you?
Well, I mean, no, obviously not. I think I'm just gonna, pull the stupid tourist trick and start pointing at things and hope for the best.
Okay.
I also want to learn the word for idiot. I feel like that's an important one to know. I'm just gonna mostly be looking around to see what goods they have, and if there's anything that I explicitly recognize.
Okay. What would you like to roll or do or cast to try and see if you recognize any of these?
I don't know, like investigation or perception or something.
Investigation or what?
Perception.
Oh. So I will tell you, perception will let you perceive that there are many vendors of powders. So you can do investigation. I will say that's probably not going to give you too much.
I guess history then would be the other role.
Not so much. Because it's not like you're going to look at some of these powders and go, historically, these were blah, 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 blah. So.
If they are natural, then I guess nature could work.
Here's what I will say. You can try to converse with the different vendors to try to give you something to go off of. You could... Here, let me take a look at your character sheet real quick. Let me see what you've got at your disposal.
A whole lot of nothing.
I mean, you do have the identify spell, right?
I do, yes. And detect magic. And other stuff. Although I'm not sure how much magic they have. We haven't seen a lot of magic on this island.
You've detected no magic so far, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say conversing with the vendors, casting Identify, I would say using alchemist supplies or medicine.
Probably alchemist supplies then. I feel like that's my best bet.
Roll it.
Oop. Hey!
Ooh. Okay.
Dang.
As you start going through, you notice a special care with a lot of these powders going through and measured out very precisely, being put into very secure packaging, and the people who are receiving them being very careful. A lot of these are poisons. And oftentimes, when one powder is being bought, another powder is being bought in correspondence. Those are antidotes. And there is one powder that you notice that is neither.
It's crack cocaine.
No.
I knew it. Damn it.
It looks kind of like dirt, actually.
Oh.
But you can tell that it's not dirt.
Damn it.
So you are able to, as you're walking around and perusing, take this information in. What do you do with that information?
Okay, so I see that they're predominantly selling poisons and antidotes, that there's
Yes.
one kind of special powder that is clearly not a poison or an antidote.
Right?
What are people typically trading for the special powder?
The same thing as they are trading for all the other powders, which is predominantly food.
I mean, like an amount. Like,
It,
I
gonna
assume
be-
it would vary a lot.
that's going to
but like
be either perception or insight for you to...
all right, insight time. Wait, is perception better? I
Up
feel
to
like
you.
I'm screwed either way. I do have proficiency in insight.
Oh man, I missed a nat 20. Oh, golly.
Yeah.
It's a +4 either way, so I'm gonna do perception.
Okay. You see that for the other ones, the poisons and antidotes, they're trading what seems to be a fairly common amount. Some of them you're noticing them pay a little bit more than normal, than like some of the other ones, which you can kind of infer from that what you will. As far as this one powder that you can tell is neither a poison nor an antidote, you can tell that they're paying a little bit less for this one.
Okay, so it's to of less value to them than poisons and antidotes, which makes sense for assassins. So I wonder if it's a spice of some sort.
There's a way to find out.
There is indeed. I am going to walk up and, without revealing that I know the language, kind of try and mimic trading food for some of the brown powder to whichever merchant was selling it for the cheapest, I guess.
There's only one merchant who's really selling it right now.
Okay.
So
Well, that makes my choice easy.
yeah. So you walk over and it's older gentleman. You can see his sort of salt and pepper beard, and he's just finished with a customer, and he's turned, and you can see him moving essentially what is like a wider, almost cast iron, what looks sort of like a teapot, except it's almost turtle shell shaped in a respect. And he turns back around to you.
Wait, okay. Can you? So he's got like this turtle shell teapot almost.
Almost, yeah.
So it's a tea. Okay. I'm gonna, I guess, pick up some of the food that I have, or pull. I still have the bag of holding, right? I always
Yes.
forget. Okay, I'm gonna pull out. What was kind of the price that I saw most typically?
So
Like a pound.
typically it would be like a quarter of a pound of food for about a pound of the powder.
Okay, I will pull out about a quarter of a pound. and kind of point at the powder of our board jerky.
Okay. The vendor looks at it and seems almost confused. He's like, "What is this?"
Should I have to explain what a boar is?
Well, I mean, you're holding out what looks like some sort of dried meat, but he doesn't know, like...
Oh, yeah. Oh, I just... Okay.
Also, he says this in common.
He says this in common. God damn it. Okay, in common, I'm going to say it's boar meat. It's smoked boar meat.
Boar. Boar? Boar.
A rather thick animal with cloven hooves.
Boar. Yes.
I
You
was
see
kind of
him...
hoping he wouldn't figure it out, and Amarazi would have to start winking.
I was really hoping I didn't have to do that, but I was willing to.
And he goes... he says, "Yes, I trade." And he goes through and measures out. You don't see a scale. It's kind of a rough measurement.
Fine.
So he hands you a container of this brown powder.
I'm gonna ask in common if I'll just say it. Do all of the vendor, or do the majority of the vendors speak common?
Yes.
Cool. I just am a dumbass then. What other? I've noticed that you mostly sell poisons. Are there, well, poisons and antidotes here? Is there any other vendors you could point me to that don't sell those?
Only this, and
He points over towards the vendor that has what looks like some very rudimentary weapons, daggers, stuff like that.
but that you cannot buy.
I figured as much.
Please.
And he hands out it's almost like wrapped in like a you don't know quite what it is, but it appears to be something from an animal. He's
Okay.
like,
Enjoy your chefa.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm gonna take it, and then I'm gonna put it into, not the bag of holding, because that would probably get dirt all over it. I'm gonna put it in my pouch.
okay.
And so now I have a 1 pound bag of, can you spell what it was for me? How do you spell it?
I just put it into the
Okay.
chat.
Oh, into the Roll20 chat. Okay. I was
Yeah.
looking in the Discord, and I'm just stupid because I'm trying to add it to my Roll20 sheet or my D&D Beyond sheet. Cool.
No worries.
Okay, 1
You
pound
got
of
3/4 of a pound of chefa.
Okay, 3/4. He scammed me. Can't believe it. Nah, I'm kidding. 0.75. Lovely.
Demand to talk to his manager. Sure.
Oh,
I should.
Fair enough.
Hi, I'd like to talk to your manager. Okay, I'm gonna go over to the weapons shop, and I know I can't buy it, but I would like to look at what they have.
As soon as you start walking over, the shop owner starts saying something in Alahath that essentially is like, no foreigner, no foreigner.
Okay, shit. I'm gonna ask in common, can I look at your weapons? I'm not trying to buy.
He talks over you, keeps saying no foreigner, no foreigner.
Okay, I'm going to back up and say sorry in common.
He says
Sorry.
nothing as you walk away.
Damn.
Shit, did we never actually gave Amarasi the rundown of what Razhath said when you were not here.
I don't think so, no.
Yeah,
Nope.
that makes sense now.
I mean, I figure we're not allowed to have weapons or armor inside of the city.
No, culturally.
Culturally? Oh.
Yeah, Razhath explained several minor cultural things while we were moving through the desert about stuff in town. Specifically, basically, don't be overly friendly or disingenuous, because most people take that as essentially a threat. Like if you're trying to be nice, they assume
Yeah,
that
I
you
remember
are.
hearing that.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I don't know. Amarasi doesn't know anything but being at least somewhat friendly. The rest of y'all could be assholes, but I'm not good at that. Other than to Healy. I'm great at being an asshole to Healy.
We know.
So, after the vendor shoos you away, let's transition over to Horns and Zamtarok. What are you two doing now? Are you both basically just going back to the room that they had you waiting in?
The only question Zom really has is, are they going to force him to leave the room where the child is?
They don't seem to be.
He's staying there.
Okay.
I would have stayed with Zamtarok.
And he's
Well, fair.
basically going to sit
Support more than
somewhere
anything.
not really close to the bed, because I assume what's her name? Myra is still in the room or still here.
She has actually left the room.
Oh, okay. He's basically going to then kneel beside the bed and just keep praying.
Okay.
Like every hour on the hour, he kneels next to the bed and prays for the child's safety.
Okay.
And then probably 4 or 5 hours later, he would ask if Horns is staying there, because that's all he's doing. If Horns wants to like play music or do something to sort of
Yeah,
get in
that
the mood,
was going to be
be
where
my
I was
guest.
gonna
But
go. Yeah.
in
Alright.
like 4 or 5 hours, one of us needs to go and grab food from Amarasi. So somebody's gonna have to run back to the rooms where Amarasi and the others may be and get some food for us. Unless somebody sells food here, but I don't know what we'll
I
give
have
them.
I have some rations in my bag. Don't worry about it.
Oh,
If you want
okay.
to stay here, I have some rations
Sell
in my
food
bag.
for food.
All right then.
It's not like you don't make us any food, Zam. I
He's-
for context, I kind of try and find a place, kind of like a stool or something. Is there any kind of stools within the room? Anything
There are-
to seat?
There are, so aside from the chair that Razhath was sitting in, there's 2 benches in this room. And there's
Okay, yeah,
one other bed. So this obviously is some sort of a room where it's common for them to bring
Yeah.
either 1 or 2 who are going through this coming of age ceremony.
Yeah.
And
I would just place myself on a bench, and I wouldn't take a bed or anything like that. And kind of draw my fiddle and start kind of playing kind of very sort of calming, slow, very easy to follow, quite melodic music that allows to just keep a very sense of calming in the room, really.
Okay.
It's not to have any major effect or anything like that, but
All right. If you want, you can go ahead and do a performance roll. I'm going to say that with how long you're playing and with how proficient you are, if you're not trying to affect any particular thing, you're just kind of playing for the sake of the mood, I'll allow it to just be normal ambient background music.
yeah, I'm fine with it being ambient.
Okay.
If you want me to roll for it still, I can roll for it. I have a +12.
If you want to roll for it.
Oh, absolutely I do. Boom.
Okay.
All right, let's see.
Oh man.
How's the 30
Very
sound?
nice.
Beautiful. Absolutely.
It is better than
Oh.
just simply background music.
Zom's gonna sing along.
As a matter of fact, while you start playing and while Zemtrok starts singing, Zemtrok could go ahead and roll performance from you. Let's see.
Oh, don't ruin this for me now.
And then I rolled a 1.
I believe. Rolling a 1. You automatically resonate so well that you accidentally destroy his instrument.
This is where Myra dies.
Like
Whoops.
all it's just Kingsman. Everybody's head just explodes in a beautiful shower of something.
I might need to learn that spell.
Honestly, that'd be pretty cool.
That spell exists. Psychic Scream, it's a warlock spell.
Yeah, but it also doesn't make the head explode. It just does damage.
Yeah, it does.
Does it?
If they take enough damage to die, their head explodes.
Damn.
Yep, I've used it before.
That's amazing. I need to get on that.
Hmm.
Heyo.
Noise.
So, as you begin to sit there and play a little bit of music and sing, you begin to also notice that Zramira, even though she's unconscious, her breathing steadies. She's no longer sweating, and she seems to have a smile.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
Oh, cutie patooties.
I don't know what horns is playing, but Zom is essentially singing like a.
It would be very much. I would be playing very much a guided piece. You know, I wouldn't be playing anything in particular per se, but I feel like I have enough musical nuance as a character to be able to kind of change tempos and change beats to match those who wish to join in. As I said before, it was very much ambient music that I was going for.
Yeah.
Something like, just to share, obviously, I'm not going to sound like that.
Yeah,
Something
not
like that.
Not with that attitude.
Okay. Very nice. So a lullaby.
It's just it's like an Egyptian lullaby, because the
Okay.
Amonkhet is basically like Egypt if it was an entire continent.
Mm-hmm.
But he's singing something that would be comforting to a young girl. That probably sounds, being that it's not in
Their language.
their language. I couldn't remember the name of the language. Just like their language. It's not in common. It's sung in Amonkhet, the Minotaur language,
Okay.
and it's still very Arabic sounding.
Very nice.
Oh, so I don't understand what you're singing.
You speak Minotaur?
No.
Nope.
Speak
So
Arabic?
you don't understand. You don't understand what he's singing, but it sounds very good.
If you sung
can
an orc,
understand
I
the
would
music.
understand.
I can understand the music. That's all that matters to me.
He speaks common and Minotaur.
Boss, what are you doing for the rest of the day?
Oh, kind of just moseying around. Seeing. I didn't follow Rossi, so I have no idea where the market is. So, actually, on my way out, and even though I patted him on the shoulder, I'll mind link him before we lose connection and however long we're gonna be walking around. The place that they're going to bring us, is that some area we have access to?
It would be one of possible several meeting rooms. It is impossible to say where they will have us wait.
Then anything of interest I should check out, maybe for my own safety.
Well, there is The market, of course, or the training grounds. Or perhaps one of the balconies.
Balconies.
Well, which one would you suggest to give me a better knowledge of the city?
Each would give you a different glimpse, I believe.
Then the balcony it is, at least to get a layout of the town itself. So if I happen to accidentally fall to my own death, please know I was murdered. Thank you.
There's a balcony? Oh my god, I'm so disappointed.
Well, I mean, you saw what the city
Yeah, I
looks
know.
like.
I'm aware.
So I'll head towards that. Really, just kind of instead of it was a choice between getting a feel for the combat prowess of those around us or getting a feel for the city, as if we have to make a hasty exit. So that's what I'll do.
All right. So you make your way to the balcony, and it's now nighttime, and you can see very clearly the stars. It's a cool night. And after a little bit of sitting out there, you hear somebody approaching you.
I guess I'll turn to see.
It's Razhath.
Finally come to get rid of the problem.
I have taken more than enough of your food. I thought it only proper.
And you see he's holding a bag with what looks like several densely packed, basically balls. And he hands one to you.
Wow. I don't know which one of you smirked at that. Thank you.
I would suggest you drink with plenty of water. It is a bit dry.
Thank you.
He leans on the railing.
You know, when I was younger, I would often come to one of these balconies. Dream of traveling the world outside of Azalath.
From here, I can see why. It looks so much more peaceful than it actually is. How kind and benevolent and awe-inspiring it can be. But then I suppose you walk the streets, you see the people, and the gleam of the. Do we know they're stars? What do we call them? The gleam of the other worlds and the heavens don't really help shine any light on the muck that we find ourselves in.
Perhaps it is not all as complicated as you think. We live simply here. We have found our own way of living. We kill, partially because we do not care. The rest of these lands have cast us out, so why should we care if any of them have to die? And in return, they give us food. Food that we bring back.
Does sound nice. I guess where we're from, everything is complicated. So just the life that we're used to, as in the life that you are. Though I fear we've brought our complications to you now.
I suspect that these complications would have found their way, with or without your help.
True enough.
I fear,
Reshath, I'm going. Sorry, go ahead.
I fear the responsibility that awaits me. To bring a life into a world such as this one. It is not just to watch them go through their coming of ages, but I am afraid. Afraid of what it would mean if we do find these gift bearers and stop them. Afraid of what it will mean if we don't. Do you have any children?
I do not. I never had the luxury of being able to settle down, but where I'm from a large group of children who survived the only way we knew how. Watching, growing, and fighting each other to survive. I don't envy anyone who brings children in, but I hear it's the blessings outweigh the fear. But
Hmm.
I
For
have
your
to
people.
admit, for my people, yes, I'm quite a bit older than I look, and seeing you so young, it is a remarkable thing. You're so mature, and life you all live, it might be simple, but it is uniquely amazing. I'm sure Rossi is knee deep in trying to figure you all out.
Hmm. He may be yet disappointed. I've gotten to see some of this world. How the children will play. We have no games here. Our children do not play. Perhaps that is why we are apparently so mature to you. We must be. Many of us do not live to see old age. Either we die trying to fulfill a contract, or as we grow older and our will weakens, we lose ourselves.
What does that look like? Is it as dramatic as your cousin? Just all at once, loss of self, or is it a slow degradation for those who become elderly?
It is a constant struggle, but when it happens quietly.
Hmm. And as I said, I'm not one to change your peoples, but if they had the option, do you think they would continue with this life? Or do you think they'd want to try something different, see their children laugh and play?
It is not enough to simply tell them that we can stop doing things this way. You must also show them what they can instead do. And I do not know what that would be. The rest of these lands, they're so afraid of us, so hateful. And we, in turn, have chosen to spite them. I do not know where else we could live.
Well,
How else we could live. We are not farmers.
I don't know if I believe in fate or anything so grandiose as a plan, but I do think that sometimes the opportunity arises where we can change our own if we do have them. And in doing so, you have met us, and we have met you, and might have an opportunity to help ourselves and help you and your people. As you said, I don't believe any of you would trust us if we came and spoke of altruism or doing the right thing, because you would be expecting a dagger in the back. But I've been trying to think of a good way of ways to help, and I believe I have a solution or a possible contract, as you were, because like you, I like contracts.
There is a saying among our people. A gift given freely is a trade you don't know you've made. And you have already begun that trade. All of you, with what you have done today. The votaries will be on edge. They don't know what you want yet.
Mm. I think the scary part is that each of us probably wants something different. But mine is clear enough. I'd like to survive and be rid of this place, or rid of this fear of death looming over us. Simple as that, but we'll see. But I think we have much to offer each other's people, and if I've learned anything being in our line of business, it's that all you have to do is offer the right payment for the right price. I mean, for the right job, and provide pressure in the right places, and you can move mountains.
Perhaps. But these are things too grand for someone such as I. I believe the rest of your friends could do with some food, so I will leave you now.
Oh, if you see Rossi, Amarasi, please make sure that he hasn't somehow sold his soul to the devil.
Of course.
Rude. Only sold some shmeat for some powder.
Well, I don't know that, but I know you were excited and you ran off.
Yes, I'm frequently looking to sell my soul. It's one of my prime goals in life.
It's more of those jumping to conclusions.
Amarasi.
Now, have you? Yes.
After you finish picking up the chefa, is there anything else that you do?
I'm mostly just gonna look around, but it seems like it's mostly poisons here, so
And then
I
Actually,
am gonna just kind of wander the city until it gets dark, and then I'm gonna head back to where we helped the girl.
while you were on your way in the hallway, you run into Razhath, who offers you another one of those pieces of food.
I will take it, and I'll be super super happy, and I'll be like, also, I picked up this powder from your
Ah.
marketplace.
I did not know you had a taste for chefa.
I'm not 100% sure what it tastes like yet, to be honest, but I'm always up for new experiences.
You have never had chefa.
Not that I'm aware of.
Why did you buy so much? What fool
Do
buys
you-
so much of something they have never had?
I thought it would be a good bonding experience for the majority of the group. Also, I'm not the best at planning ahead, to be entirely honest with you.
Did you ask the vendor how you prepare chefa?
I
You
did
do not
not
even know
ask.
how to use chefa. Okay, that's
Total tourist moment here.
I said it. I said it. Sold to the devil. I did it.
Then, why don't you help me make this, and we can see if the rest of the group likes it.
you
And you can have
would
some of
not
that,
want
of
to
course.
make chefa this late.
So it's a stimulant.
He seems confused. He hasn't heard the word stimulant before.
It makes you
Stay awake.
more energetic.
Yes, it gives energy.
Oh.
Oh, boss is gonna be
interesting.
really happy.
Interesting. Well,
But
if
it depends on how you take it.
it is
Black, no cream or sugar.
giving
is hilarious.
energy,
I'm a
then I
porch roast.
think I will know someone who very much enjoys it. So I'm not that
It's
worried about using it.
It depends. I will tell you all about this chefa later on. First, you should eat,
Excellent.
and I will get some food to the others. And do not eat the chefa.
I wasn't planning to eat the chefa.
Do not even put it in, do not taste it with your tongue. I have seen you eat brown powders. Do not.
So, okay.
This is out of character. This is totally hilarious because the only reference I have is kafa is Hebrew for rock. So when he was like, "Oh, it's crack," it was like, "Well, no, it's not crack." Like, but the name sounds like rock.
Yep.
I need more context. This is not sounding good. Here, it's like coffee. Oh, cool.
Interesting. I will make no promises to not taste it, but I will not eat a large amount.
If you put any of it in your body the wrong way, I will have to try to save you from dying.
Then I will not eat any of it.
Thank you.
I appreciate the warning.
And he leaves you and goes into the room ahead of you to. Before he enters, he's like,
You should perhaps wait out here with the chefa.
Egg or something?
Well, I'm gonna like not so subtly put it back into my little pouch and be like, okay,
Just wait out here.
I gotcha.
and he goes into the room, and he's seeming to enjoy some of the music, and he offers one of these bits of food to both of you.
I'll take it.
Oh, what are these?
These are sata. We often eat them to keep our energy and nutrition.
Seems like a lot of this culture is about energy.
What's this made out of? How do you make it?
It is made out of dried meat ground into powder mixed with animal fat.
Ah, okay. Do I just eat?
Yes, but I would also drink some water.
So I have a question for you.
Before you ask, your
I pull out my flask and begin.
friend bought some chefa. He may ask you about it. I told him if he eats it, he will die. He will not die. But
We should tell him he will die.
yes, it would be a waste of very good chefa for him to simply taste it.
Is it like a drink or a food?
It can be consumed as a drink, or it can be inhaled as a smoke.
Interesting.
Really? Oh, that sounds
Interesting.
wonderful.
I would like
smoke.
to test, like in a corner, subtly test. A
You're
very
not
small
listening to
amount.
this. You're outside the room still.
I know, but I would test it still because the moment someone told me it's poisonous,
Hey,
I
don't
would
put this in
be
your
like,
mouth. Yeah, Amaras is like, I'm going to
I would
put it in my mouth.
100% be like, is it really poisonous? Will
Roll
it kill me
alchemist
if I eat
supplies.
it? Okay.
But anyways, so back over. While he does that,
Zama's going to ask Rashath, how long typically does it take for one to come to regain consciousness from this ordeal?
It is different person to person. It
What is the
took me
longest?
the longest. Typically, the longer it takes, the worse it is. It took
How
me
long
2
did it-
nights.
2. Very well.
We can use that as a benchmark then to monitor her progress.
Do you have some way to tell how well she's doing?
This is not my first time watching this, and she is doing far better than any I've seen before.
Ooh.
I
I've been
was
trying to
worried.
comfort her.
At first, it seemed as if it would go very badly.
I know you
I
seemed
think we may have
upset.
done something to help.
You seemed upset at my prayer, but you're not always the most articulate.
It is perhaps. I do not know if you know or not, but it is perhaps best for you to know, do not call any one of us shades.
It's offensive.
Very. To us, our shadow is as much us as ourselves, so to call someone one is to imply that they are not the other. We are equally both. Even those of us who become Hanui were at some point not shadows.
They're still people. They're just on the other side of the shape, on the other side of a shadow,
Indeed.
unreachable. I can understand. Culturally in Amonkhet, we are essentially considered, although we aren't adults at a very young age and sent off for our own trials. I know she's not your child, but being that she is so closely related, family seems to be very important. And where I come from, children are the lifeblood of the tribe. It seems similar here.
Zam, make sure you eat.
Right. Yeah. Thanks.
It is the same for us, but since we do not know if the young will survive the second coming of age or the third coming of age, we try not to get too close until after.
When they go on their first blood contract, do they have to do it alone?
No.
So other Alahath go with them.
You will almost never see an Alahath working by themselves. The 4 rings are meant to work together. You will typically see one of each, except perhaps the 4th. The
And
one...
sorry, what are there? Are there just 4 rings in total?
Yes.
And you're from the second ring, correct?
That is true, yes.
So what brings about the first and the third rings? Do they have any kind of specialization? I see and I'm assuming here that the weapon you are using
Oh,
attributes to your
again,
ring.
there goes the audio thing again. Okay, we're good. Sorry.
No, you're right. I was assuming that the weapon that you use attributes to your ring. Although that may be an assumption.
Sorry, I'm just real quickly. I got 3 DMs all at the same time.
We can make that 4. Let's do it.
Okay.
The Alahath have devoted themselves to the art of assassination and killing, this you know. To perform an assassination requires many skills, far more than any of us could master entirely in our lifetimes, short as they are. And so different rings take different parts of the job. The first ring, they're the ones who get close to the target first, to make sure it is the target. And will begin the strike. The second, which is us, we will make sure that the target cannot escape. The third will be the ones to finish the kill. And the fourth are the knowledge keepers. Anything we have learned as a result of our assassination, or being out in the world, we bring our knowledge back with us to give to the fourth ring, to help future assassinations be more successful.
If
No, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense.
being that Zormira is a child of someone of the fourth ring, is it likely she will become part of that ring, or is that something that's chosen at another time? What ring she'll be part of?
When she begins training as an assassin that is a shadow walker, we will see where her skills are best used. And the votaries will decide. Just as the votaries will decide who is most suitable to mate.
Is it typically a matter of the votary making a decision on who then becomes or takes the place of the votaries when they age?
Typically, when a votary passes, the others of that ring will compare their skills among each other in whatever way is most suitable. The one who is most skilled will become the next votary.
Who is the votary of the second ring?
Hang on a second, I have to get his name. Also, I need to go through and get the other ones. There we go.
The votary of the second ring is a man named Razir.
Let me go ahead and get the first ring and the third ring published for you all as articles.
Yeah, because I'm basically going to ask, and the other two?
All right, first ring is now viewable.
Woo!
Third ring is now viewable. Razir is now viewable.
I'm sorry, gang. I've just made the perfect poison. It's scentless, tasteless, kills you instantly, and there's no antidote. Goodbye.
real quickly, boss, as you go through and test it, you detect that there are no poisons. However, you do detect something that has been mixed in that is not harmful, but it does give a boost of energy. So this, you can tell that this densely packed and not very tasty ball is a combination of it's basically like a survival food. It's meant to last for a very long time, give you some of the base nutritions, or at least the proteins you would need, as well as something that has a little extra kick, which you can tell is basically like a caffeine of sorts.
So it's like Pemmican.
No, I
or
just got rid of
Pem-
my caffeine
Pemmican.
addiction.
I always say it.
It's like pemmican.
Yeah, I always say it
wow.
wrong because I like to say Pemmican, which is wrong. But I'm also stupid, so you know.
It's like pemmican plus.
Pemmican plus.
Hyper pemmican.
So it's got some crack cocaine powder in it.
Cocaine isn't caffeine.
Okay, it's got some caffeinated crack
But it's
cocaine
got,
in it.
so it's got something that gives some caffeine. It's got something that gives some of the different like base nutrients, some vitamins, minerals, stuff like that. It is not made to be tasty, but it is made to essentially
Keep you alive.
Yeah, keep you alive and keep you nourished.
Okay.
All right, so hopefully that has also given a little bit of time for you guys to get those 3 articles up, because I believe once I go through and publish these next 3 and get them set, you'll have to actually navigate to the place where to find the other ones that I just published.
Yep, I'm looking.
All right, so let me get the other 2 published. The other 2, the votary of the 3rd ring is a man named Hafith. And then the youngest of the votaries is the votary of the 1st ring. Her name is Zafir.
When we meet with these votaries to, I assume, discuss both not only our fate, possibly yours, but also why we're here, is there any particular cultural background or information that you can tell us about these individuals that would make us not seem to make our case better to them, I suppose I should say? Is there something that they value aside from simply we want to help you help the Alahath continue to be?
If you were to frame it in such a way, they would be suspicious. There is a saying among our people: a gift given is a trade you do not know you have made yet.
Hey, I like that phrase. That's a
This
cool
sounds
phrase.
familiar. God.
Interesting.
That's a neat phrase.
So do not try to be overly kind or virtuous. Be straightforward, but know what things not to say, like helping the other villages. Saving the rest of the continent. We do not care about the rest of the continent. Though
Because they don't care about you.
Though perhaps that would be
Absolutely.
a mistake. If the subject of the rest of the continent comes up, and you were to mention that if the rest of the people were to die, so too would our way of life and trading in blood, the response most likely would be that at least then we would be able to move about this world freely. Were everyone else to die.
Would an offer some form of alliance matter at all to them?
I do not know. Nothing like this has ever been discussed.
Also, yeah, I agree with Horns. This has been like such an intense thing, but we've been going nonstop, and it's like an hour until our normal end time. Do we want to take a quick little break?
Yeah.
I would.
Let's
And-
take a quick little break.
Are we going to
Um,
be ending at our normal end time?
That's up to you guys.
I'm fine to
That's
see how
what
the session
normally.
plays out.
Yeah.
All right, let's say come
Zong
back.
has lots of questions for Rezath on
Oh,
this.
I know. Let's go ahead and.
So sad to just be sitting in outside of this conversation.
Oh,
Just
and
in my little corner.
Amarasi, with you
Oh,
testing,
Rossi.
with you testing the Chifa, you can tell that it doesn't seem to be poisonous. But Razhath did tell you you would die if you like ingested it. So do with that knowledge what you will. You know what he's told you. You know what you've tested.
I feel as if I am going to very lightly lick it and have cure poison ready.
In my opinion.
All right, hello again, everybody. We're just waiting for everybody to get back in. Thank you so much for the lurk, Pixelated Bunny. Let me also go ahead and get a shout out for Distal's Place.
Oh, that's right. I saw
Cool.
Distal went live, right?
Yep, he is currently live playing some New World. Oh,
You know, I have
So
to
much
admit,
stuff
the
this
one
session.
time I was hoping it was something was poisoned. Would have been intriguing. Razhath's too nice of a guy. I like these honor-bound jerks.
Sorry about that.
no worries.
Yeah.
We're waiting for the rest, so.
Oh.
But we are.
I thought I was the one you were all waiting on.
Well, I mean, you're one of the people I'm waiting on. But
Can
not
then can we
anymore.
assume boss is heading back to I guess he doesn't know everyone's still in that room, so back to wherever we were located.
up to
Yeah,
you.
well, we're staying in that
Yeah.
room.
I guess I mean I'm trying to think what boss would do. Head back to the place where he last saw everybody. Makes sense, right?
Yeah, that would make sense.
I'm trying to think of like what do we tell kids? They're like if you're lost, go
I mean, with
stay
my
where you're
family,
at.
it
but-
was always like either stay where you're at, or if you're lost, this is the place we already determined in advance that we would all meet up at if we get lost.
Yeah, but yeah, boss isn't. So yeah, I guess that's the reasonable logical. Just go back to where he saw everyone last. Well, it's 50, so that makes sense. And if they're not there, then he'll just go back to wherever we were, the room they gave us to sleep on the ground, I guess.
Mm.
And this is the time, Horns. Wait, are you still there or no?
What was that, sorry?
No, just a powwow time to see how we're going to present our case to these votaries.
No, I had a... so I got a little bit of soup and I had some bread. It just went down the wrong hole, that was all.
Oh no.
Which hole did it go in?
Yeah, it went up my
like-
ass.
Yeah, you're like, well, that's an odd thing you brought up.
Yeah.
Somebody
Why is he
please
coughing?
help me. I have a
I-
lasagna in my ass.
I really
that
need to
clip will
stop
never
shoving
not make
bread
me
up my
laugh.
butt.
Whatever you're eating right now probably shouldn't go in your face hole. Which hole should it go in?
Somebody please help me. Oh, no worries, Tawny. And how are you doing? Thank you for hanging out with us. Hopefully you've been enjoying the whole show. As dramatic as it has been this session, it has definitely been one of those sessions. It's a different kind of intense, but still one that I'm glad I gave Zamtarok the heads up of like, hey, dude, you may want to get a drink just in case. Oh, man. I also am just like, I'm happy because there's so many of these threads that I've been like laying that are now starting to get payoffs, but now there's other threads.
Honestly, it's coming together quite nicely.
Mm.
I knew that reaching this city would kind of tie up a lot of these kind of loose ends. But I think that's primarily because of Razhath actually becoming a member of our party.
Yeah, but also you guys reaching a place where even if he didn't talk to you about it, you just by proximity would be exposed to some of this stuff, like the second coming of age, the existence of a disease called schiathropy.
Yeah.
Which, speaking of, I'm gonna be vocal about this. I'm super proud of myself for coming up with that term.
Hey.
Because I actually
Did
was
you
like,
say it was Did you say it was in the World Anvil?
it is in the World Anvil. I'll go ahead and type it in the Roll20 chat for you. So, because I was sitting there trying to decide like what to call this condition. And I was like, well, it's kind of like lycanthropy, except instead of it being at a full moon, it's on command, and instead of a wolf, you're becoming a shadow. And lycanthropy comes from the Greek word of lykos, which is wolf, and anthropos, which is man. So switching out lycan for something else, and skia is the Greek word for both a shadow, but also kind of like a ghost as well.
That is very cool. I like that.
It's a little bit of linguistics, but I'm entirely too proud of myself for that.
As you should be, damn it.
Another thing that I found, which is a little bit off tangent, but also in the theme of linguistics, something I found really, 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 really funny was so Oxford, who do like the English dictionaries and stuff, they have like a word that they choose for the year that's like their word of the year. And 22's word of the year was goblin mode.
I saw that.
Sorry,
Yeah,
what?
It makes me laugh
Oh my
I saw
every
that, yeah.
single time. That's like obviously it's a phrase because it's two words, but
yeah.
the fact that is the official word of the year just
All
makes
right.
me so happy.
Are we ready to continue?
See.
All right.
Yeah.
So, Horns and Zamtarok, I imagine you both, unless you were told otherwise, are planning to just kind of stay in the room with Zra Myra.
Yeah, I would primarily be planning to keep Zamtrok comfortable, like company, basically.
Okay.
If it starts getting really, really late, then I would obviously go to bed and leave him there. But primarily, it's to keep him company.
Okay. Amarasi, after testing the Chifa, are you going to be staying there, or where are you going to be going?
Are they? Did anybody else leave the room?
Razhath left the room.
Okay. I'm gonna. Well, he's like walking past. I'm gonna be like, hey, can I go into the room now? I'll hide the powder.
And he looks down and he's like, you can go in, but you should give the powder to me. I will keep it in the room we are in.
Okay. I
And you
hand
give
him most of the powder.
Are you trying to hide the fact that you're not handing all of the powder?
I mean, I'm opening my pouch and I'm giving all but like a very tiny, slight dusting.
It would be very bad for any of that powder to get in Zramira's system.
Um, okay. I like dump out the rest of the bag into the thing. It is just a tiny amount.
Okay. He leaves with all of the chefa. You could have totally done an insight check to see if he was telling the truth or not, but too late now.
I have no reason not to believe him.
Fair. Okay.
What, you guys, we have plenty of reason. Plenty of reason.
So now you're able to go into the room. Razhath has left.
All right, I am going into the room.
All right. You go into the room and you see Zamtrok and Horns, as well as Zramira.
Zom stands up and he literally stands between the bed and Amarasi is like, "Hey, what's up?"
Okay.
Looks like you've dumbfounded him.
Unless his mic just got muted by accident.
Yeah, I
Amarasi,
guess
are
that
you
it might
still?
be.
Amarasi,
Did you just pass out?
possibly. Boss!
Southern Chefa.
Hey, howdy.
So you finish going through and testing the food. What else are you doing? Are you just heading back to the room that you were being kept in?
Well, so I was gonna like obviously go back to the room I last saw everyone in. So I guess wherever Zabrabra is, and just so yeah, and just so I can see round up the gang.
Sounds good.
Do I see a mute Rossi standing in the bitches?
Apparently so.
All right. So then, if I poke my head in, I don't know what good all of us staying in here will be, but we should all gather up, and discuss how we're going to approach our conversation with the votaries. We each have very different opinions, but we all need to at least present one unified voice if this is to ever work.
Winter, you passed me your computer disease.
See?
Mm,
I just had to talk and I brought it out.
there we go.
When speaking with Razhath, it seems that trying to speak to any amount of moral words, I can use them, I swear. Any kind of morality that involves them caring at all about the outside world in any way, shape, or form is basically going to fall on deaf ears.
We need to explicitly say that this will affect them.
Yes.
If we should have Razhath around if we're going to have this conversation. So, yes, he approached me earlier today, and on our trip here, I've been picking his brain on how best to do this. So, I
Same.
think she'll be fine if we leave her here and we all meet up. Because
Yeah,
And-
I think more than anything, we need to get some rest.
I will leave here when she wakes up.
Then that's your decision.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think
Do you know where Razhath went?
He left this room. I'm assuming maybe if we're all supposed to be staying together, maybe he's in the room that we were in last.
Okay.
Well, he did say that he was taking the powder that I had back to our room specifically.
powder.
What powder?
What do you mean powder?
Powder that I paid for?
You bought something in the
Oh.
market.
Yeah.
You bought something in the market, huh?
Yeah.
What did you buy?
Well, I bought a powder that presumably I think is used to make like a tea.
Okay.
All right.
Have you
Ah.
had tea with it?
I
Have
have
you tried
not.
it?
I was explicitly told that it would kill me,
Yes, this is the chefa. The
and
rest of the
Oh,
the
I
stuff that will
tested
kill
yeah.
you.
and it will not kill me.
Why have you bought dangerous stuff, Amarasi?
Okay, first off, it was the alright. So just going off of the logic here, even if I hadn't tested it to check that it wouldn't kill me, every time they sold a poison in the marketplace, they also sold an antidote. They just sold me what would presumably be a poison, except this guy didn't have any antidote to buy. So either someone, for some reason, bought a bunch of antidote and no poison, or it's not going to kill me.
If you understand drugs in any way, shape, or form, when you take a stimulant, taking a depressant does not just make it go away. It makes it worse. Drinking alcohol and coffee at the same time is bad.
How
Because
do
your
you know
body is
it's a
going...
stimulant?
You said it makes you feel good.
I
Usually
never
stimulants
said
do.
that. I said it's tea that presumably sounded good.
Maybe we should give this thing a try in the morning.
So,
Maybe another time.
I'm 100% sure it wouldn't kill me now.
It might.
Right. The one guy that we know...
I don't know what you've bought. I haven't seen what you've bought.
Yeah.
I don't
What
really
did you-
care, to be honest.
What did you give them for this powder?
Regardless, Horns, you and I have the best chance at convincing anybody to our speaking skills.
No, I have the
That's
best
fine.
chance.
I
Come
don't
on.
care.
Yeah,
As long
sure.
as you and I, you would like.
Shall
if he's
we?
going to stay here,
Shall we go to the
go?
other room and discuss
Yes,
discuss
correct.
some stuff?
Thank
All
you.
right. Let's. So I'm gonna head towards where we're supposed to be sleeping for the night, back into that main sort of room.
All right. You see Razhath is in there, but he's already lying down.
Hey, wake up.
be sleeping. It's one thing, but
Can I tell if
Wake
he's
up,
asleep?
sleepyhead!
Just a quick little investigation could tell you.
Yeah, I was thinking. Do I have to? Do you want me to roll for it?
Or you can just like quietly see if he's like ask him if he's
No,
awake.
I don't want to disturb him.
Okay. Then yeah, investigation roll.
16.
Yeah, he's not sleeping.
Okay. I look at Boss and I gesture to basically gesture that he's not asleep. I'm like, no sleep. Oh.
okay. Thank you. Razhath, do you have a moment to talk about our meeting with the votaries, or do you prefer to be alone?
He rolls over and then like sits up.
I have time.
As we discussed earlier today, I think, and how you brought it to our attention, how the degrees on how they interact with outsiders and how they prefer the communication of altruism not being the best solution. I wanted to have a conversation with you, myself, and Horns to how I think the three of us would best approach having that conversation. Not to say that the others don't have their merits, but Healy and Zam are inherently kind and considerate, and they're honorable, and they would do the right thing. As look at Zam as he watches over your cousin. That is,
And the other guys just speak out their ass.
yeah, that is nothing against them, but in this case, it might not be the best persons to talk to. While you have a bard specifically meant for conversation, and you and I, me, who is the same line of business, let's say, and you with knowledge of the people, be our greatest choice to communicate.
My advice is this. The votaries will know that you want something, no matter how you present it. And they will expect that you are trying to make some sort of deal. If you present it as kindness, They will expect that you are trying to make a deal without them knowing the cost. So make it a deal. Present it up front. Straightforward, honest. The Alahath would always prefer a deal they know the terms of than a deal they do not.
And the deal I've been thinking of is something that could hopefully go into perpetuity to help not only the Alahath but ourselves. But it is also based on some knowledge we might not have recently. The Alahath travel many lands, many different places. Do you know of the settlement, the group of people that we came to this continent with?
It is not an area that I have been. I do not know if anyone here knows of it yet.
Could work to our advantage. What's the one thing Horn's saying that they've always talked about wanting the Alahath? No, I don't know if he's brought.
Why are you?
Because I wanted to make sure
Oh,
we're all on the
is
same
this
page.
some kind of test now?
It is. Yeah.
I know what's going on up here. Okay,
Okay.
They
They work and trade for food, for sustenance, to live their
It's
lives. without
survival.
people. Exactly. Survival. So we offer them that. We have the thing that the Alahath don't. A thriving community. Access to resources, food, cattle.
I think
Well,
it may
we're
be a little
doing-
bit rude to suggest that the Alahav aren't a thriving community.
So what we're doing is we're offering to contract them in exchange for food.
For survival.
Are you in the room with them, or did you stay back in the other room with Zamtrog?
No.
We
I
left
have no
No
reason
to
to
which.
stay
Rest.
with them. I have no reason to stay with Sam
Here or here? No.
So a contract, as he states.
Sorry, I'm just looking at Healy in the Beyond the Pale chat. You stole my deal! That's my deal!
It's the same deal. Same deal. I've been
There's
wrong.
only one deal maker in this party, and that's me. Okay.
So
I'm just-
we offer them what they don't have, and we give them also an added bonus. They don't have to work with anyone else. We offer them a community that has no hate, no disdain, and no.
But they don't care about the rest of the communities.
They care about living. And they care about the hate and worry about getting a knife in the back. We can offer.
Yeah, so let's
Great.
focus on the living part.
Fine.
Never mind the rest of the communities. They're not going to give a rat's ass about them. They just
Why don't-
collateral.
We literally just tell them outright, we're willing
Hey,
to
and you're trying to
contract
test
them
me
in
on these
exchange
things?
for food.
It's
Oh my god, get your facts straight, Bass. Come
Okay.
on.
it's a good idea, and that's why we're working it out.
Do you need me to test you on these things?
Perfect. As long as we pitch it.
We
So,
need to the pitch that we need to focus on.
so Healy, just since I know she would make the suggestion, since
Mhm.
she is practically yelling the suggestion in the Beyond the Pale chat, Healy will suggest that she can also go through and cast repeatedly to make the land in this area arable. However, the thing that Razhath is going to point out, Healy, is that even though you can make the land arable, water is also scarce.
I'm very scarce up here, yeah.
So though
Also,
you could,
he explicitly said that they're not really a farming people.
and that's the other aspect, is you could make the land arable. That doesn't change their society to immediately make them capable of
Yeah.
farming.
Thus,
I can fix that in a few levels.
thus the trade in perpetuity.
But does Healy know that she can fix that in a few levels? Does Healy know that she can do that? Probably not.
Why don't we
You might
just
believe she can.
contract them for food?
I think what we need to do is we know what the Alahath need. We know what
Food.
the Alahath want. We know what we want from the Alahath.
Mm.
The thing that we need to speak about right now is how much information we are looking to share. Because if they are sharing their information with us, we have to tread exceptionally carefully as to how we share our information. Because if we say the wrong things, it's going to look even worse than it already is.
Correct.
So never mind this farm cropping land, never mind these communities from vast away areas. We need to drill down and say, look, we need to help these people survive and thrive.
Why do we need to help
And
them
in
survive?
return, we need crucial information that they could possibly have to assist us in this whole body, heart bollocks and putting them together is what we need to do. Let's not get off kilter here. Let's bring it together, teamwork, and let the deal breaker do what the deal breaker does best.
That's exactly what we don't want a deal to be broken. We want a deal to be made. Deal maker's bad. But no, that's out of character.
All we need to do
Deal broker, deal breaker.
Broker, deal broker. I'll take.
Yeah, deal broker.
tell them up front, this is what we want. This is what we're willing to give to you. Like, we're just contracting them. That's all
But
this is going to be.
the information that we get out of these guys need to be done, or attempt to, need to be done in such a way that doesn't expose all of the millions and bajillions of information that we've got. Because
We don't
what
have
happens
that
is-
much information.
I mean,
Like, we know about the weave, but we don't know that much
we
about
know
the weave.
we know things that they probably don't want to know. Is what I'm trying
Okay,
to get at
and-
here.
They also know things that they don't want to tell us and shit. So,
Yeah, that's
That was the wrong song,
that's,
but it works.
that's called persuasion, Amarasi. I don't know if you've heard of it.
I don't think these are people to be persuaded. There are people to be bought off, but so I don't. If we're trying to make a deal with people who are
Yeah,
contract,
making a deal. You have to persuade people to make a deal.
okay, we're
Anyway, we're getting back off topic here. We need to look at what we are specifically wanting from the hour half.
what do we need in order? Do we need their soldiers or do we need their information or both?
Bass, this is the time for you to be tested. What do we need from the Alahath? Go.
Well, first we need to know the main is the body's location. The problem is that the person with that information is going to be most likely our biggest hindrance. So getting information out of her is going to be difficult. So, secondly, to supply and fight against maybe an oncoming plague and these people ransacking, maybe the gift bearers, we might also need both their people and their expertise. So you wouldn't just be buying information, you'd be buying both information and manpower.
Well, it's really convenient that we're trying to buy we're trying to buy manpower from a group of hired killers. That seems very useful.
I think the first part we need to focus on is the information part. I think if we are able to prove ourselves in being able to do, things for the Alahath, we've quite clearly helped with a second coming of age today. We've shown that we have.
Not being killed. Sorry.
Sorry, me. If we can show that we're able to assist in those ways, it may perhaps give us some leverage in terms of
Another thing is
those
that
kind of bargaining tools.
to hire our people as assassins is one thing. We are assassins, not mercenaries. We are not an army.
Mm-hmm.
The
Absolutely.
votaries would be very resistant to the idea of all of us fighting as an army. Not saying it is impossible. I am saying that With an assassination, you have time, locations you can work with. The chances to be able to mitigate are much greater than in a war. In a war, death is inevitable.
It's about control, maintaining control.
Then maybe we look a little smaller field when we talk about manpower.
If we hired just a small group of assassins, would they be more open to sharing the information on, say, if we contract, I don't know, 4 people, would they be more willing to share information, or
Was that
I
a
mean,
question
that's-
to Reshath?
yeah.
Could you repeat it, please?
If we contract just 4 people as assassins for, I don't know, assassinating a target that we point out, would they be more forthcoming in information about this? Like, we're hiring them for information, but we act like we're hiring them as an assassin. Or do you
Do you already
not
know who the target would be?
No.
How can you hire someone to kill someone that you do not know yet? That would make them
Right.
very suspicious.
Yeah. Just trying to plan ways that we can get information we need.
Zom is really trying to get you guys to pay attention in D&D. and
But
become
it's
the
okay
page.
that it's okay if you don't see it because out of character
He's
knowledge.
not in the room. Not in the room.
Love you, Zom.
Yeah. Oh god, him, Ashley, and him. They're like. Rah, rah, rah,
Yep.
rah."
Yep.
I think we need to possibly, I think as long as we're peaceful and sure that we're here to bring the Yalahath, a level of benefit, I think our counter trade of sorts may just need to be yourself, Razhath.
The Alahath ever been hired as bodyguards?
We do not study the art of keeping life, we study the art of taking it.
Taking it.
But
Our party will inevitably have lives to take. We're just not very good at it.
the best way to
Well, some of us.
defend someone's life is to kill the imminent threat.
And I think for how far we've come as a unified party, yourself included within that, I think that this needs to be our party now. And it may be that we negotiate something for you, perhaps. Razhath.
I
I do not know.
as much as I love Razhath, I feel it would be difficult to arrange basically claiming him when he's already. I mean, you're being set up to get married and have kids, aren't you? Like, you're at that point.
Indeed, yes.
I don't think it would be very easy to arrange.
Is that something you want to do, Razhath?
It does not matter if I want to or not.
But do you want
But
to?
it
Because we
gives-
can make it a priority.
Amarasi, shush. That gives us something that we can offer and something that we can negotiate with. It gives you an alternate purpose, perhaps.
we're offering.
It gives us an extra Amarasi shush. It gives us extra manpower because we have an additional member in the party. It gives you something that you're content with, and it means that once again, if the fourth coming of age is, somewhat similar to how the second one played out, it may be more beneficial for you. It benefits us with having an extra manpower. You already know a lot of the information. We don't have to reteach you anything.
I think
And it may take
trying
a weight
to
off their
focus on the
shoulders.
fourth coming of age will distract us. Whatever happens with that will happen. There is nothing we can do to change that. What we
Okay.
must focus on is the deal we will make to find where the body is.
I think we have to mention somewhat our reasonings to try and get that information. We have to mention why we need it. Maybe mention that we're planning to go there since we feel an impending threat coming.
Do you typically get told why? Well, like when you get given an assassination target, do your clients typically tell you why they're
No.
planning? We don't need to explain our reasoning. We need to just do our deal. Like, there's no reason to explain our reasoning. It's just seen as trying to convince them. You don't convince someone you're hiring other than with pay.
We have to look at what we can pay them with.
Yeah. So let's look at exactly what we want and exactly what we're willing to give them.
You must also remember, my people do not trust easily. So whatever you are going to offer, they will expect at least some of it.
Should we try and highball them to start with, or
Highball. What?
offer an increased offer?
This is why we don't let him speak.
What we would be willing to accept, anyways.
You mean
Like-
offer more than you would give?
Yes.
Why would you
That
offer
just
more
leaves
than
you
you
out
can
of
give?
pocket.
Not more than you can.
And what would you do if they were to accept?
No, I mean, we would expect them to. We would exchange for something of lower value to start with. They would have to negotiate a price they prefer.
I think we need to discuss the contract of getting this heart back. And I think that if we take that contract of killing these gift bearers, removing these gift bearers from the world, we need to use the information of the body as a we need to get there before they do kind of situation.
How many gift
Maybe
bearers
it's that
are there?
they're withholding that. They may not even have that information for all we know. But we need to have that as our main. Razhath, you said it yourself. You need times, you need locations, you need these things to be able to do an efficient assassination. And the body is a very, very key location that we need the details of.
I'm gonna see something real quick.
How much food do you usually take in trade for one contract? For an assassination.
In order to end a life, we would take enough food to sustain a life for 5 years.
Do you require that payment up front, or not up front, after completion, and the full payment immediately after completion?
It depends. If it is just a normal person, we are okay to take some of the food up front and the rest in pieces throughout the year. But there is always a price to be paid up front.
I think
So-
our upfront price needs to be the knowledge of the plague. The votaries will know what the plague did to this great city last time. And knowing and preparing for that?
No, do not count on that information being widely spread or allowed out.
Well, even if it's widely spread, it could be treated as a rumor. Like we
I'm
don't
saying
know.
it's actively being told falsely and being withheld. So
Well,
you cannot
and-
count on that.
Among the people who know it, it could be seen as a myth.
The votary of the
Like-
Fourth Ring has already spoken to the contrary. You would be directly contradicting one of the knowledge keepers, the head of the knowledge keepers.
Okay.
It would be dismissed as a lie.
As I said. So what form of payment do we actively have on us?
Without
don't-
using that kind of knowledge, I don't think we really do. What, the food on our persons? Well, then how are we going to carry on our adventure?
Well, if nothing else, this conversation at least showed us the flaws and the places where we need to fill in our gaps. But I believe Razhath said that he is unsure of when they will call us, so we might have time to think on it, or we might be called tomorrow.
Let us rest for the night. At this time, they will not call us until tomorrow. So we have tonight to rest, and tomorrow. At least. They may call us tomorrow, after we awaken.
I agree, rest is important.
All right. So, Horns, are you going to sleep?
Yes.
Boss, are you going to sleep?
Yes.
Amarasi, are you going to sleep?
I'm gonna stay up for a short time.
Okay. If you
Like
stay
2
up,
hours.
you will lose the benefits. Okay, I was gonna say because it's already super late.
Oh, then never mind.
So it's been like you all have arrived, attended a coming of age ceremony, browsed the market, talked ad nauseum about your strategy for speaking with the votaries. It has been a busy day. If you stay up any later, you will lose the benefits of a long rest. So will you be going to sleep?
Yeah.
Okay. Zamtrok, will you be sleeping?
Yes. He's basically going to fall asleep in that room in a chair.
Okay. All right. You all go to sleep. Each of you, please roll. Let's do wisdom. Not a saving throw, just a wisdom roll.
Oh, but I'm not very clever.
Wouldn't clever be intelligence? Oh.
Never mind, baby!
It wasn't a 1. It wasn't a 1.
I'm sorry, it was just a wisdom saving throw?
Just a wisdom roll,
Just
not a
flat
saving throw,
wisdom.
just a roll.
Okay. Great job.
Ooh.
20s.
Well,
Lots of
20
20s.
pie.
Fancy.
Okay, so I'm gonna roll something on screen real quick. It's a 50-50 shot. Okay. Everybody except for Amarasi deafen.
God
What?
damn it.
Okay.
As you go to sleep, you dream. You are back in Paltheria. You're remembering your time with your master, teaching you the intricacies of artificery. But you're also remembering a conversation. Or perhaps misremembering, you don't know. Between him and your parents. A deal struck. Trading you away. Your dream turns into a nightmare. Your parents are happy to get rid of you. They're saying things that perhaps deep down you were afraid they were saying the entire time. Useless. Worthless. You begin to feel this weight. There's a part of your mind that knows that they never said that, knows they never would have said that, but it doesn't change the fact of what you're experiencing, what you're hearing, what you're feeling. This nightmare. Hearing this and then just never seeing them again. Why would they give you up? Your mind begins to wonder. Maybe you are useless. It's not a happy thought. And partway through your nightmare, you awaken a start in a cold sweat. You lose 2 morale from a nightmare. How do you react? What do you do when you wake up?
I would pour myself into a project. I think we shall spend most of the day working on getting or trying to reverse engineer the shadow spike things.
You don't have those with you.
Oh yeah, they would
were
have gotten taken
confiscated.
because they're weapons. Would they have taken my wagon wheels?
No, those are in your bag of holding, but any noise that you create has a chance to wake up the rest of the party.
Well, I guess I'm just gonna go out and about in the city, and I'll
Okay.
probably go to the balcony.
Okay. You go to the balcony. It's a couple hours, and I'd say about an hour and a half before sunrise. Air is still cool. You feel a chill from your still somewhat sweaty skin with the breeze outside. Shiver goes down your spine. What then?
Just watching the city, I think. I might pull out a would I have kept any of I might just pull out something and idly begin. Actually, you know, I'm gonna pull out the stone dragon that I have.
Okay. And what are you gonna do?
And I'm gonna try and I assume I don't have any actual ways to do this, but with probably like maybe the just a sharp-ish tool, try and scratch some of the symbols that are on it deeper into it.
Okay. Also, that you got the means to be able to do that. Maybe a stick nearby. What are you thinking while you do this?
Mostly trying to keep into an analytical state and determine why I would be having a nightmare here when we really haven't had, or I haven't had a nightmare before, or at least not a personal one.
Roll intelligence. With a
Would I
14,
have gotten at least some of the benefits for a long rest? I assume not.
we'll see. We'll see.
Okay. So no, then not at the moment.
Not at the moment, nope. With a 14, there's no obvious link you can think of. And there's the analytical state going, but your analytical state is not able to fully keep you from the less logical, raw emotion that you're feeling after that dream. So what then?
I think Emeralcy would just have a nice silent cry for a bit. And he would, I think, scuff one of the marks. I'm going to roll a d4 for which one.
Okay.
He would scuff the back right leg, the mark on the back right.
Is there anything that you're thinking as you do that?
Mostly idle thoughts trying to convince myself otherwise. It's the I think when you're in a more emotional state, the first thing you typically try and do is, or at least when you're kind of intelligent, the first thing you try and do is think your way out of this. So trying to go through the facts of what happened.
Mm-hmm. Make a history check. You remember vividly how things actually played out. You remember how things did go, and that they don't match up with what your dream was. And you look back down at the leg, the marking on the leg that you scratched out. What are you feeling now?
Annoyance that I would have let myself get so careless,
Careless how?
that I would have forgotten. Hmm?
No, that's fine. How do you think Amarasi is feeling now? After a cry and remembering how things actually played out.
I think better, but he still would be disappointed. He still would be, and especially since he's tired, he would still be very much antisocial for the day. He wouldn't want to really discuss with people. He just would want to pour himself into something still.
Except you have a space to pour yourself into something. Does he know
Wait, you
where he
said
would... Like, do you know
you
where you
have
would work on something?
no is the issue. He doesn't really have a great place to do so.
Mhm.
So that would be even more frustrating.
So what would he do when he's not able to work on any project to distract himself?
Hmm. Probably just idly wander the town. He finds a lot of comfort in just general areas like that. I'm sure he could eventually find, if he was allowed access, could find some sort of like area where there's a smithy, but he may not be allowed access into it. So he'd be kind of desperately hoping to find a place where he could work.
Okay. All right.
Whew.
So, the rest of you awaken the next day. And Boss and Horns, you two wake up. And you notice Amarasi's not in the room with you.
Oh, where's Amarasi gone?
Hmm.
You see his basically sleeping bag still rolled out. It's been opened. It looks like he wasn't dragged out of it. But there's
The
no
holding
sign
would
of
have
him.
also been left behind, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Is Razhath still in the room?
Yep. He isn't awake yet.
I go to wake him.
He wakes up.
I say, Razhath, look, Amarasi's not here anymore. Do you know where he might have gone?
This is not a place to wander.
And he gets up and heads out of the room.
I know you know this place better than we do.
He's already out of the room. Like,
I know you know this place better than we do. Anyway. I guess I go to... I want to investigate the area that Amarasi was sleeping for any clues, perhaps? Anything that was left behind? Can we maybe take stock of what is left and what he would have on his person?
possibly, except do you know what he normally has on his person and what he normally doesn't?
Kind of
No,
hard
but
when
like
you've got a bag of holding and all of your
we
stuff
can-
is also taken away from you.
Well, and also when, if you don't spend time learning what sort of things and belongings your party members normally have, it's hard to identify what they should and shouldn't have with them.
that's true. It's Amarasi. I'm not too
Well,
bothered
and
about that.
I mean, it is especially
I
difficult
want to
because like
see...
there's a lot of shit in that bag of holding and stuff. So you've no idea
Boss,
what
what do you think we
normally
should
be on you.
do?
So we see the bag of holding.
Yep.
Yeah, I left it behind.
Okay. Boss goes to the bag of holding and he opens it, and he looks to grab one of the metal spikes that Rossi was working on.
Those were confiscated.
It was in the bag of holding. And the bag of holding wasn't confiscated?
The bag of holding wasn't confiscated, but the spikes were
No, it was
confiscated.
just all the weapons that were.
Or
So actually, I
anything,
guess
or
that's a good
anything that
question.
remotely looked weapon-like.
It's a bag of holding, right? It's in an interdimensional space. Don't you like have to think of the item you're looking to get?
Is that how it goes? Because I thought it was just you could look inside and see.
I don't think you
I'm-
can technically look inside and see.
So
but
that's
I
the
think it
idea,
is-
right? Like it was able to fit me as a human being plus 500 or 400 other pounds of stuff.
Right.
Well, though we didn't
So-
have 400.
Oh, okay, well, however much. So, like
I-
opening it up and looking at it seems.
A bit fat. Yeah, I do get where you're coming from, but at the same time, that's probably not
I
what we
feel
need to
like
be thinking about right now.
something that
it's what
I do
lore
want to
is,
say
or what boss
is if they had requested to get access to all of the weaponry, Amarasi to get access into the city would have gladly helped them get what they wanted to pull out. Like it's
Yeah,
it's
because
not
in fairness, you
really
were there for that bit.
yeah, it's
Okay,
not
so-
really in his
so-
nature to not.
But he doesn't think it's a
comply.
weapon, and Rossi is at least literal.
That is true, I guess.
I think we need to go looking for him.
I think you're right.
Do we know where?
Right.
Shall we go see Zamtarog first? I'm guessing he stayed in the room with
Yes, we probably should
who he was looking after.
update him on what's going on.
Thomas hopefully.
Let's get to Zam first.
And
He
I'll
could
take
just
the,
be over there for all we know.
I'll take the bag of holding, I suppose.
All right. And you head over
so
to...
yay, nay? Bag of holding?
Yeah.
Pipe? Yay, nay?
Is there spice
I'm-
with it? Could he have just gone on a massive spice binge?
I don't have the
Is-
spice.
All right.
So
So you guys head over to the room where Zamtrok and Zramira are.
mhm.
You see Zamtrok in there. You do not see Amarasi in there. Zamtrok, would you already be awake at this point?
Likely, yeah.
Okay.
He wakes up pretty early to pray.
So you see the two of them come in.
Yes.
Amarasi's gone missing. Yeah, that was my thought too.
Did he eat more of that friggin' powder?
That's exactly what I thought too.
Would have the freaking powder, you frickers.
Oh wait, can I hear him in the walls?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh,
He's
God,
in the
maybe
wall!
I am going
He's
crazy.
in your fucking walls, lads.
But no, I think Razhath went to go look for him. He died off pretty quickly, so
I'm not sure that
I don't know
we're wandering
what should we
around.
do? Should we go as a party and try and look for them? Are you wanting to stay here?
If Amarasi ran off by himself, us running off without Razhath and finding him doing something illicit does not sound like it's going to be good for us. If he gets caught doing something stupid, then at least it's just on him.
That's fair, but I think as outsiders in this city, they've got eyes on all of us.
I would assume
And
so.
if a member of a party is being suspicious, that's going to look bad on everybody, you know?
Do we have any idea how long he's been gone?
No. And we woke up and he wasn't there.
If he woke up first and went to wander, then I have no idea.
It doesn't look like he was taken from his bed. It doesn't
Well, he
look
left on his
forced in
own.
any way.
Maybe he went to see if somebody's selling food. Because that would have been my question: was they sell this spice? They sell other stuff. Do they sell food in the market?
Surely you would have gone as a group, though.
This is Amarasi we're talking about.
That is true. That is true. But Boss, do you think we
Back.
should possibly fill Zamtarok in on what we're going to discuss today? Because that's probably going to be a today task as well.
You all seem to feel that you had it handled. That's why you went off.
Seemed to be, but the conversation got a little bit.
Muddled.
Well, it's what you'd prefer. I mean, we can split up and look for Amarasi, see if we can waylay him from doing any mistakes. Or if you'd like, you can catch Zom up to speed and I can go look for him.
You know what they say about Amaralsian mistakes.
Is Zra Myra still here and asleep?
Yep. And yep.
Do you want this conversation to not pass through her ears, Samtarok?
I don't know.
I was just
I doubt
curious
that-
why you were checking on her. That was all.
We were here for what transpired. It is part of who I am to protect children and the
That's
innocent.
fine. That's fine.
Until she wakes up, I've made it my duty to protect her.
That's fine.
I cannot sway from my word or my oath.
Then I think one of us should stay and fill. But then again, we've got a second person running around the city now, which isn't really a good look. Maybe we should both stay, fill Zamtarok in, and then both go.
Sure.
Then at least we're both as a unit.
If we are truly being watched, then wherever Amarasi is going, there is an Alath watching him at the very least, if not who will be there to directly stop him from doing something stupid or going somewhere he's not meant to be.
Maybe they want him to do something like that. They can use it as leverage against us.
Correct.
If they see him do something stupid, let him do something stupid. They have a reason to throw him out, a reason to throw us out.
Understandable.
I'm not just a pretty face, Samtarok.
Oh, I'm aware. I've
Well,
seen you
thanks.
stretch in the morning. You're really good at yoga.
Speaking
Okay.
of, actually, and I
Do you really want to take the time
to
to stretch right now?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Okay. Then let's
Why don't
Orin,
if
let's split up. I'm gonna go to the market. That's the last place we knew he went.
Okay,
head that way?
I can stay here. That's fine.
Okay. Boss, roll a D100. Amarasi, roll a D100.
Kerpow! Woo!
Oh,
All right.
oh!
Hey, Rossi, nice seeing you, buddy.
Within 2.
You-
Come on.
Yeah, I know. You head to the market and you see Amarasi. Amarasi, describe what you're doing and what you look like when boss finds you.
Wait,
Um,
was he actually in the market?
Yep.
Oh, I called it, motherfucker!
I would be furiously searching for something.
Well, that's what you see, boss.
he's just shoveling Cheffa into his mouth.
Hey, Rossi, how you doing?
Just looking for something to work on. You
How you
all
doing, Poison?
can go back. I'll be fine.
Okay, something. What are you looking to work on?
Something?
So, Amarasi, describe for me, please, how you appear when boss comes across you.
He is like constantly fidgeting. He looks like he had just been like crying fairly recently. And he looks like totally out of it. He's tired as hell. He has not been having a good day.
Wow.
He's
I think-
actually done drugs.
I think Horn's.
Have you been awake all night?
No, just the last few hours.
Okay. We were worried we didn't see you in the morning, and now you look a little disheveled and a little tuckered out. You okay?
Yeah, just looking for something to do, you know. He's like excessively fidgeting now.
Okay. Can I ask you with help for something?
No, I think I'll just have to look for something on my own.
So you're
This
looking
is-
for something, but you don't know what it is.
I'm looking for a project. I always know a project when I see it.
So, do you remember that that piece of metal rod that I gave you?
Yes, it was taken because it was considered a weapon.
Actually, did we decide what that was? If that was yay or nay?
Like if the metal rod was considered a weapon, or the metal rod was.
So no, like I know what it was. Like I guess it's your ruling on if they were able to look in the bag, see it, or if Rossi had to go in the bag, give it to them.
So
Amorosi would have been seriously open about being like, here's an inventory of what's in the bag.
well,
Like,
and
here's
here's the
what they
thing.
are.
Here's the thing.
Alright.
The way the bag of holding works, because I just looked it up. If you look inside, you see a void. If they looked inside and saw a void, they probably would have been freaked out. Which would you guys then probably have explained that you're not just carrying around a bag void that like you reach in and you pull something out when you want it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would have explained it. Like, I seriously would have been like,
And-
if they had, and also they've been watching us like for most of the time. I feel
Right.
like
But
if they had really asked, like, oh yeah, give us any of the things that could be used as weapons, he would.
but the way the bag
Great.
works is anything that you are trying to think of like a weapon, when you reach in and grab, it'll produce it as long as it's in there. If they would consider those spikes to be weapons, they would have gotten them simply by reaching in and thinking of weapons and grabbing, is what I'm ruling with.
Okay.
So they consider it a weapon.
Yes.
So they know what they are.
Possibly. I mean, it's a stick that has a spike.
Yeah. So they don't know
Oh.
what it is, but it is something that could be used as a weapon.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's
that's
like
so we
seeing
don't-
a sword, except you have no idea what a sword is. It's like, oh yeah, that could
Well-
be used to kill
okay.
someone.
No, that's fine. I mean, I was just going to. That's quite all right.
So they consider it a weapon. Whether or not they know the true nature of the instrument is unknown to you.
Okay. The chair is quite nice. Okay. So oh, you're fidgeting. Oh, God damn it. I'm gonna be upfront with you, Rossi. I've seen enough people from the alleyways who are probably on something that they shouldn't be. Have you eaten or drinking anything that you weren't supposed to recently?
Marossi, for the first time, looks at you with a moment of pause. And he has a kind of like, what the fuck are you on look. Like it's very out of characterly, like fuck off almost. And he just gives you a really sharp like no, and starts like walking away.
So it's fun. So I have your bag of holding here. I just wanted to bring it back to you. Since we know that you're okay, would you at least like to take this so you can hold on to it?
It doesn't have anything in it that I need at the moment, so if you need to continue having it, it's got food in there, and that's actually, if you could just hand me some of the food, it's not worth carrying at the moment.
Okay. What food's in here? I know.
There's, I think there's still coconuts left and jerky from both the boar and the deer.
Then I open it up and I reach in and I grab some boar left. Boar jerky.
That's all we have left in there. Actually, is just the boar jerky.
Okay.
We used all of the deer.
At about
Yeah.
this time,
Okay.
Razhath appears in the market now.
Can I see him?
Yes. You actually
use
see
my-
him before he sees you.
Okay, so I use my free mental connection and I ping him. I don't know what Rossi has gotten a hold of, but he is actively acting like he is twitching, excitable, irritated. I've seen it happen with people from our old continent when they ingest things they shouldn't. So we might have to subdue him, or convince him to come back with us. And while I'm doing that, I'm walking up and I'm going to pull open reach in the bag and start walking towards Rossi to give him the jerky.
Okay. Meanwhile, Razeth is just pissed.
I'm gonna take the jerky and just like idly shove it into my pouch and not even focus on it.
Okay.
Razeth is quickly approaching your guys' spot.
Rapidly approaching your location.
I would roll to see if I could see Razhath, but I think it's better if I just like am not paying attention to it at all. I feel.
So. All right. Then if you don't need this, I'm actually going to try to store some things in here. How do you know how much stuff is left in here I can put in?
I would guess probably 100 to 200 pounds, but that's a rough estimate. I need to account for what's gone with the weapons and
Mid sentence, Amarasi, you feel a hand firm on the back of like the nape of your neck, and you feel a pressure like pushing you to walk. And you hear
Amarasi,
Razhath immediately just like,
What do you think you're doing?
Amarasi like instantly falls over himself. He is absolutely scared shitless at the moment and just had somebody apply pressure on his back to move him, and that's not a good combination for actually staying upright.
Especially in your condition.
Yeah.
let's see if anybody pays attention to that. A couple people notice that. Razhath looks over towards you, boss. He's like,
Help me get them back to their room.
Okay. And I'll kneel down and I'll put my arm under it. I'll put his arm over my shoulder.
Amarasi, are you going to be resisting?
Rossi.
I'm going to be incredibly confused and kind of annoyed, but probably not actively resisting.
Okay. In that case, Razhath and boss will take you back to the room. Boss, are you going to be doing anything after they get you and him get you back to the room?
No, I was gonna stay there, see what the hell's going on, because
Okay.
I wasn't around for when he was doing the powder shit. So I'm like, this is new.
So they get back. You guys get back to the room, and based off of what you were saying, Razhath immediately is like,
Amarasi, what did you get any of the other powders in there?
No, I haven't taken any powders. I don't know what you're all on.
So you did not try anything else?
No, I only bought the powder and you took that.
The Chefa.
Yes, the Chefa.
The chefa that he bought and given way too much for.
I
mean,
actually got a
you don't know that
reasonable
though.
price.
Oh, okay, shit, that's right.
Yeah.
I actually got a pretty reasonable price for it based
Okay.
off of what I
Sorry,
was.
then I don't know. You're right.
That whole thing
What-
wasn't even said because he doesn't know that.
Yeah. What's chefa?
It's a powder that I assume is made into a tea.
Not entirely, but it is close enough. It can be consumed that way, or it can be smoked.
The smoking I didn't realize.
Does it generally have this effect?
No.
Where
From
is
my
it?
test, it's a stimulant, not a drug. Well, there are some stimulant drugs, but it's like coffee, from what I've seen.
Amarasi, I think we found what you need to focus on. If this has been given to you, and this is not how you're supposed to be acting on it, you should see if it's poisoned.
I haven't taken any of it, and it's not poisoned. I already checked.
Well, something's wrong with it.
I haven't taken any of it for it to be wrong.
I don't believe him.
Amarasi, are you trying to deceive?
No, I don't think I would.
Okay.
So I know he's lying.
I was gonna say, because you can roll deception and he can roll insight. We can see, because you did try a little bit of it.
I
Or if
would.
it's just a thing that you didn't remember trying.
I don't honestly remember trying that much of it. It didn't even register.
Either way,
I am
Razeth goes
technically
through and starts preparing some of the chifa to test it, essentially. And he goes through, and what results at the end is something similar to like a Turkish coffee where the grounds are mixed in, except it's a lighter color. And the aroma is not quite the same. And he takes some of it. Now we will wait and see if this is indeed bad chifa.
not. I already tested it.
Then why else would you be behaving the way you are?
You must realize this isn't how you normally act.
I just need something to do.
You could have came along, man. You guys like that room for some reason.
I think it's ridiculous to think that I would have taken something like this and it would have had this effect.
Well, you see Razeth still like sipping on more of it, seeing if anything happens, but he also is enjoying it, and he's like,
I feel nothing wrong. This is good chifa.
Out of curiosity, how much do you think you would have paid for that?
I would give perhaps 5 stones weight for
Wait,
20 stones weight.
it's not poisoned because it's from here. But we've run into things like that before. Things that are supposed to do one thing and affect people one way, but they affect
There-
us differently.
That's not what this is. It's a plant that we assume does one thing and it doesn't because it's a different plant entirely. The antidote was a literal poison to anybody that would have taken it, I think, personally.
Mhm.
Would either of you care for some chifa?
he holds out the cup.
MRLC would, I guess, take a cup and say, well, I might as well try it if I'm being restricted here.
So,
And
Oop.
as a result, the 1 level exhaustion you would have gotten from not sleeping last night, you do not feel the effects of it today. However, if you do not get a long rest in the next period, it will increase. You'll have a crash.
So if it's not based on what you've taken or haven't taken, you woke up early, you left your things, which is unlike you. You're acting different than what you normally are, and all you're saying is that you need to find something to do.
What makes a person wake up in the middle of the night?
Depends on a few things. Fear,
You're right.
nightmares, having to piss.
I'm sure you can figure out which one it is. I am going to go look for something to do. And he
We
kind
need
of
to
makes his way
wait.
towards.
Razeth, like, he moves to intercept.
We need to wait someplace where we can all be reached easily for when the votaries are ready for us.
MRLC takes this like big deep breath in, and sits down and says, "Fine." And he's still very fidgety.
Boss, with him now sitting down in the room, are you doing anything else?
I mean, we've already taken obviously Zom and Horns probably should get a fair shot at some RP.
Yeah.
It's already 6:30.
Oh, good morning, Zam.
Good morning.
How are you feeling today?
I've slept in worse places.
Understandable. Understandable. Simply the way the plan is going to work is the information on the body's location is going to be key for us.
Right.
And that's what we're looking to get.
Both of you roll
Now-
perception for me.
Roger that. Nat 20, there you go.
Ooh!
Anything else?
Well,
Horns.
hoot, nanny.
Mid-sentence, you start trailing off because you notice Zoramira is beginning to wake up.
Do I get anything extra for a natural 20?
You notice before anyone else. She seems to be awake, aware, healthy.
Zam.
Huh?
I kind of do a little head nudge.
Those are my.
She looks confused. She doesn't understand what you're saying.
That's right. I didn't even think about that.
He's gonna take some of that food that he was given before,
Mhm.
And basically offer it to her and give her his water skin.
She takes it, and even though you can tell it's not tasty, she is ferociously devouring it.
Sam, should I go get Razhath?
Yes, quickly.
Although I don't know where he'll be. I only saw him leave this morning.
I mean, if they went and got Amarasi, which hopefully they did, they should be back in the room. You could check the room we're in first.
Yeah, I'll check the room first, then the market.
Okay. Hopefully
I
Amarasi
leave-
isn't there.
I leave to
shoveling
go check the
chocolate.
room first, and then the market.
Meanwhile, Zam, the Jala is sitting there. She finishes the food. She drinks quite a bit out of the water skin. And then you see, slightly crumpled in her robes, paper origami that you gave her.
He just kind of smiles and sits. And since he can't really talk to her, he's just going to sing.
Go ahead and do a performance for me, please. While you roll that for me, Horns, you make your way over to the room and you see Boss, Amarasi, and Razhath there.
Oh, Amarasi, what happened? Where did you go?
Ouch.
He's not acting like himself.
Oh.
Does anyone have a deck of cards or something that I can do?
Yes, actually.
So while you do that, Razhath, you need to come with us.
We all need to stay together.
Zoramira's awake now.
Razhath's on his feet.
I walk with Razhath
Well,
back to
Okay,
the other
one of
room.
you, please help me get Rossi with us. We can't leave him on his own, and we can't just have us
I
two.
can stand.
I've already
and
left.
Walk on my own.
Well, he said he's on his feet, not like running out the damn door.
Yeah.
Literal seconds for me to say that.
Emeralcy automatically like begins or is already beginning to start standing.
Okay.
Okay, do you think you can manage yourself, Amarasi? Do you know what's going on here, Bass? Like,
Do
you
I
know
not know
do you
how to
what's going
walk
on here?
all of a sudden?
Like,
He's
I
ir-
don't know how you're being affected. I don't know what's going on. Bass says you're acting weird. You're acting weird all the time, but it must be weirder than usual for him to say something.
Razhath's starting to walk like past you to go out the door now.
Yeah, set off Razhath. They're in the same rooms. Antarok's there. Bass, do we know what it is?
Stands and like makes a performance to act like he's falling all of a sudden.
I ignore it.
While you roll that, Zamtarok, while you were sitting there singing a song and Zramira is kind of humming along and like seeming to enjoy the music, Razhath enters into the room as well.
I gave her some food and most of my water, but she seems very hungry.
It is very exhausting. Thank you.
Of course.
Amarasi, you do a fairly convincing performance, but
Also say, "Oh no, I've fallen. Won't you carry me?"
No.
straight savage.
Then let's get
Great
going.
savage.
I start walking to follow them.
You just fallen over.
Oh, was this like a sarcastic? Oh, I can't walk.
Well, this
Or
was
this
like me acting like I was falling, and then an "Oh no,
Yeah,
I've fallen."
I've seen enough performances in my time. Go.
Hmm.
Bass, do you want to just...
I'll say
walk
do
up
an
further
insight roll to contest to see
behind? Okay.
how well you
okay.
see through the performance.
All right.
Is that good enough?
Horns actively thinks
Just barely. So, it's oddly off-character, really good performance from him. It's just there were a couple of small details that allowed you to kind of piece together that he wasn't actually falling.
You can't outperform a bard. That just doesn't work.
You're
mean,
telling me you rolled insight to see how well I was performing that I was falling. Not
And
even
did
to
I win?
confirm
No, it
if
was
I
insight.
performing.
It was insight to tell whether or not you actually were like falling for other reasons.
Convincing, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It's performance contested by insight, whereas before it would have been you rolling deception contested by insight.
Congratulations. You know that I am performing.
Yeah, this is what I mean.
I think it
You
would have
know
been
what?
funnier
You
if
know
it was
what,
like,
Bass,
oh, he's
that
really
explains a
falling.
lot.
Yeah,
And the horns didn't even try to catch you.
I
I
mean,
genuinely-
it almost
yeah.
was. It was a difference of one.
I don't know what effects he's under. I don't know any of that. I just assume he's being an idiot.
So
But
he says he.
Bass, fill me in. Did
He
you
says he hasn't
find
taken
him in any
anything.
state?
Yeah, we found him in the market, rummaging through. What did we see him digging through? I guess I should have
I wasn't digging through
He
anything.
wasn't
I was
digging through
looking.
anything.
Oh.
You just
I
found
was
him.
looking.
just found him kind of standing there. He says he's needs something to do. He's acting fidgety, irritable, as you can tell.
Speaking of that, can I get that deck of cards, please, for a moment?
I don't have deck of cards. I have gambler's dice.
See if you can roll me 2 6s. I'm alright.
Fine.
He says he hasn't eaten anything, and the only thing that he might have would have been chafa, I guess, which is coffee-like thing, but that didn't affect.
Have you noticed any marks on him? Maybe someone's tried to stab him or something, or I don't know.
Well, I was trying to see what happened when he woke up, but he's being fussy. He still won't tell us why you woke up or what got you out of the group.
I cast detect magic
Okay.
to see if I can detect anything on Amarasi.
Okay.
See if he's under the influence or
I was
anything.
gonna say, yeah, it's like
There's no spells that you can detect. No magic.
Okay, that's fine.
So Rossi, still nothing? Won't tell us
Yeah,
what
it
woke you up,
doesn't-
or
It's not anything magical, put it that way.
Told you I had a nightmare.
okay? What was it about?
What's this one normally have a nightmare about?
You keep being
One thing
Scary
doesn't
stuff?
want to talk about.
Do you want to talk about what happened?
Yes, that's why I'm actively talking about it right now.
Then
No,
what
of
happened
course
during
not.
the nightmare? Okay then. Then let's move forward.
That's the plan.
You've got your thing to do. Roll me 2 6s, baby.
It's quite planned, actually, but you know.
Roll me 2 6s, baby.
I'm a bard, that's what I do. Now let's get over there. and see
Hey,
what-
baby.
hello.
That's
Close,
actually
close.
pretty. That's actually pretty
Damn.
close.
Close, but no cigar.
All right, enough. I do
Enough
like the
frivolity.
roleplay, but I do not want to hold you guys up for super late. So, you guys eventually head out and go over to the room. Shortly after you guys arrive in the room with Zrabmira, a couple other Alahath show up. And they say something, and Amarasi, you more or less understand it as the votaries are ready.
Fuck. I'd say fuck under my breath. Like, very quietly.
Well, for the rest of the party, you hear them speaking Alahath, and then you just randomly hear Amarasi under his breath go, fuck.
And then I look up at them and I point at the dice and I'm like, I rolled a 5 and a 6. In a not very convincing tone.
Yeah, we don't believe you. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
Close enough.
Wow, okay, the one time I'm trying to convey... Never
The votaries are ready for us.
Ah, fuck.
mind.
Fuck.
Very well.
And you also hear Myra go, fuck.
No, 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 no. No.
Zom literally like glares at the others of you who just said that. Just like, really?
It was Amarasi. He's not feeling
Just gonna
himself.
raise his hand and say, I had a very valid reason to say it, okay?
And he's gonna look to Razhath and ask him, is there someone else who will be attending to Zormira when we leave?
They will make sure she is taken care of.
And my vigil is ended. Let's go see the votaries.
Do you guys want to have the part where you guys go into the meeting with the votaries?
I mean, we could wait for everybody. Seems like
Yeah, I
everyone-
was gonna say we should
I think
wait.
that's fair, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we can have Amarasi drug trip when nobody's here, but you know.